Whew. Hello and welcome to the first stream that I've done in about a month and a half, I think. I seem to be having some good good latency with my broadband, which is nice for a change, especially when you want to do some streaming. So yeah, hi, welcome again to Saturday Night Reaver with myself, the Forge of Mars, aka Lee. So I'm glad to be back. It's been very busy in real life with work and everything generally. The occasional trip out to Salute as well. There was one trip out to Salute, which was really good. It was seeing what was on offer from various different games manufacturers and the whole shebang really. And so that was the main thing, was getting out and meeting up with some people from the Twitter universe and various other places, friends and stuff. Just to see how they're doing and just enjoy a festival of hobbiness. So it's been it has been different, to say the least. But I'm back last, and which is nice because I have missed this. I've been doing a little bit of hobby as and when I can. Just noticed there was a bowl there. But it can be hard. Like everybody, we all have our ups and downs with painting and trying to get motivated. So I have been doing not a lot hobby wise, bits and pieces here and there, but just taking a more relaxed approach to things, because as most people know, I do tend to sort of like fly through things quite rampantly, and when you run out of models, that's that's telling. So anyway, so tonight we have got the Knight Asterius. So this little chap, I've got to do some. I've primed him and I've base coated him with lead belcher spray. Now the kit itself is a chunky chap, and it's my normal sort of basing routine of mashing up, cutting up, and putting new little bits and pieces all together, then mixing it in with sand, and obviously when you prime it, that helps bind it all as well. What we'll do with this, I'll be going over that with some Mechanicus Standard grey, and then dry brushing it with Tyrant Skull, and which once that's dry, it's a case of just going over it with Agrax, and that's pretty much it. Sometimes I do like to give it a little bit extra dry brushing as well, but that's all it really. I've got where I've missed with the spray, because trying to spray outside at night whilst the winds of Storm Arwen is howling around your ears, it's a little bit tricky. So it was, I've got it mostly done, but I need to top off parts. So I was going through some of my paints, and you've got loads of lead belchers where you keep on sort of buying them, forgetting about them, and then finding them again. And they were just found one which had some lead belcher, which wasn't gloop, which was nice. So we just got a little tidy up roughly. It doesn't have to be too sort of glorious or sort of precise on this particular stage, because you're going to be going over it soon anyway, with Liberator Gold, because this is what I do with some of these night houses that I've done, is get the base colours on, because I always do these shades as the start off basically, get the silver down, because if you're using the spray, it's a lot finer and obviously get a much nicer finish than brushing. And once that's dried, as I say, you just always should really sort of have a little touch up. Interestingly, he says if he finds a little hair there, and one there, the arms, because I might have skipped a part when painting or when building. Sorry, I forgot that because this top carapace is all in one, and I think you're meant to put the arms in first and then the carapace over them, but I didn't. So because of that, I thought, well, once I managed to squeeze them in there, I can still do that with them. So I'm actually quite pleased with that. So that was quite a nice little benefit of rushing in this instance. Unlike my first Asterius, which I did, which you probably saw on Twitter and Instagram, I spent ages actually sanding, well, getting rid of all the shim from inside of the actual weapon guard on the conversion beamers, or heavy conversion beamers, and it just took so long. And once you sort of paint and wash, you kind of lose it anyway. So I'm leaving it on with this one because, one, it was a brain ache, really was a bit stressful at times. Hello there, Sophist. How are you, dude? Thank you for dropping in. That's awesome. You're Crimson, my man, my dude, my Bostonian. Lovely to see you, man. Great seeing both of you. Welcome. Yeah, so this I did order some of those small dudes because kind of have to. So I've got some of the Morax. I've got one squad of Morax. Yeah, Asterius dude. And two of the standard Armigers. Because I think that'll be a nice little balance. Because I'm assuming that we can mix them up, or the minimum size of a unit is 3, seeing as they come in a pack of 3 like the Questoris. So yeah, I've got 2 of the Armigers and 1 Morax. So I hope they'll be here sort of next week. I may, if they turn up in time, and I might just have to do a build along because they normally come out on the well, no, they're 4 so they might be over on a Friday. So I might be able to do a paint over. Thinking of Artist Empire there. Might be able to do a little bit of a painting of them next Saturday, which will be pretty cool. Yes, Asterius. I'm well today, sir. How are you? I am okay. I've had a very busy day, as most of my days are at work at the present. And it's quite cold as well. So I know I've only got my Ignatum t-shirt there with the artwork by said Artist Empire. Yeah, it has been sudden. The weather temperature has totally changed over here in the UK. There's a bit of a wind, or a storm as we call it. Like, I know you have like your hurricanes over in America. We don't get anything that big that often, so it's just a storm for us. But we named this one Storm Arwen. So that's kind of cool because Arwen is a cool character in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, it's cold, and I've only got the t-shirt and I've got a base layer on underneath, but trying to look cool whilst the heater warms the room up is kind of I've got to do it for the people. I've got to do it for you guys. and girls that are viewing, the viewing public. So that, and just going to move a bit of light nearer. Because I've got a ring light just in front of me here, which is obviously so you can see me, which if I move it over too much, then I come through as like an albino, and what's the point of doing that? You know, let's see, like, you know, a little bit of health in my face there. Don't want to come across as a Night Lord or a Raven Guard. I'm me. Right, so what's that tank now? Now, so this is how I get through things quite quickly. So whilst that's still drying, I'll get onto the base with the Mechanicus Standard Grey. So, Crimson, you alright, buddy? It was good to catch up with you the other day, and I hope I didn't bore you too much with talking about Wheel of Time and stuff, and other hidden lore and whatever from the Heresy and 40k. And like always, I've got my friends Mr. Bud of the Wiser family. So yeah, I know you see on other painting channels and hobbyist painters, they have nice brushes. I keep all my brushes, even broken, like where the actual brush has actually come off. I keep them because I use them for poking. Sometimes you need to poke something to make it go in, so it's good to have little pokey sticks. So, but yeah, this brush I've had probably around about 8 years, but I use it for washes and bases, because obviously you get to brutalise your brushes because it's such a rough texture I'm working with. Hey, Scotty boy! Oh, my brew. Hello. Oh, I was thinking about you earlier on. But I must contact Scott. I haven't spoken to him in bloody ages. How are you, man? You alright? How's the family? Everyone okay? I hope so. I'm sure they are, but obviously, you know, just want to make sure. I've missed you, man. Ross. So yeah, painting a chunky boy today for a change. I'm doing, this is going to be for House Divine. So obviously the sort of Screamer Pink, Xerxes Purple, which he's hoping he's got in his box. He has, woohoo! So yeah, I've got all the colours to hand, so I won't have to go disappearing. I know some of my other viewers that normally tune in would always like go, oh, you always forget something. Like I just forgot that I had a little bit of Mechanicus Grey and going over the lead belcher, but hasn't come through, so it's all right. But yes, it's great to be back. It's great to see you guys. Yeah, I love just chatting. 'Tis good. I'm all right. Yes, working on some Stone God Salamanders for your glorious bad apple. Oh, nice. Everybody, and I believe everybody loves the Bad Ab War campaign. Actually, me and Scott, back in the day, we were doing on a hobby group on Facebook. We were doing a Bad Ab project, and Scott did some really awesome looking Mantis warriors. So he got all the colours just right, like the artwork. And they were absolutely gorgeous. You've still got those, or did you repurpose them, Scott? But yeah, it was. I think I was doing for that project because I already had a company strength Raptors force. I think me and Scott also did. Did we both do Minotaurs at one stage? Can't remember. I know I remember painting Minotaurs when we was around yours for our hobby painting sessions we used to do. But yeah, so I had raptors already, so I thought I'd do astral claws just to be different. So I was working on the tyrant list, so using sort of guardsmen as as a bullet shield. Right, so that's taken care of there. But yeah, these weapons are absolutely monstrous. This is actually the only knight I don't have in 40k scale, because I was a little bit I wasn't that enamored with it initially, and it's only been recently where my friend Rob Walters, who's in the Titans Owners Club with us, and you'll see is a Icon 76, I think, or 74, on Instagram and that. He does the best looking Solaria engines in 40k scale and AT scale, but he also done a Pro Convoy Asterius in 28mm in 40k scale. But he does these really great sort of like beach front sort of bases, so there's a lot of water in there that he uses in it. And it was absolutely fantastic. Like Crimson would probably know this from Artist Empire. He done a paint over for it. Just looks fantabulous. But yeah, if you're looking up for people to follow on Twitter and Instagram, he's definitely one of them. I'll double check on what his actual name is, so it'll be easier for people to find. He does sometimes drop in here as well, so because it's been a bit of a while, he might not be in tonight, but you never know. Yeah, Icon 74, Rob Walters on Instagram. Definitely worth a follow just to see his work that he does. It's just excellent, and he's a really nice guy as well. So you can't really go too far wrong on that. But so I'm just gonna see if I can just pop something somewhere. Nope, not working. But yes. No, that's not the button I wanted. And that's not helping out. That's what I want, thank you. Sorry, I'm just forgot to post a link somewhere. Sorry, folks. Yeah, so I was in a bit of a rush because I had to, after work, drive down to Whitechapel to pick up Sam and then return to Essex, grab dinner, and I literally had about 15-20 minutes in that in 50 minutes from getting home to eat, get changed, sorting myself out, and prime and base coat this little bugger. Right, so what you got there? Got to say, I just love it. I have to send you a pic on Discord for one of the Tartarus terminals. So yes, dude, I did. I do like to see people's work, so it's not a problem. Send it over. And Patrick, you found Icon. Yeah, his basing is next level, and the stances like on the 40k ones, he's got this Reaver. I mentioned it before. This Reaver is basically like high stepping to stomp down on a like a gunning placement sort of thing, and it's like you know, like when you use like 5 or 6 and you see like a Coke can and you think, I'm gonna squash that Coke can, and you just get like the really big high knee and crush it, and that's basically what this Reaver's doing. So it has sort of flashbacks to when you're young. Oops. But yeah. Yes, so where's my Liberator gold? There you are. No, that's Retributor. That's Liberator. So give that a mix. So yeah, actually, for you guys that are here, I've brought this little chap down with me, so you can have a bit of a better look than just photographs. So if it focuses, come on. it's probably obviously the detail on it is just mental, but it is a beastly of a beast. Or should I actually just go? Right, I'm going to go in, boys. So let's hold it. There you go. So the hexagons there, which was the airbrush stencil. Just actually, I'm looking at that. It's making my eyes just go bonkers. You got these decals for the scripture that appear on these little dudes. I'm trying to get it better. Focus. Come on. They're a 4K camera. You should be able to focus, damn you. A bit better. So, yeah. So, it's a monster, to say the least, and the dog's barking now. I actually glued the weapons in place on here, although it does still retain movement on the elbow and the arm joint. Also, interestingly enough, this thing, he says, is maneuverable. So I like it at the higher bit, so it's like like a crowbar. It's going to reach over and just crowbar you. Again, claw. You've got two options with the iconoclast. So this is the grav imploder dude weapon. So it's like shooting attack. It also comes with like a drill head that goes in there, which is pretty cool. But yeah, I went with that because I just fancied grav imploders. And then you got the little on the weapons, on the fingers. Oh, this is ridiculous. All this technology. You can just about, unfortunately, see you've got little chain blades on the actual fingers. So as they grip, they tear through as well. Missile or rocket pod thing there, and then you got a las cannon on there. You can, because you get two of them in, so you can have either two las cannons or two missiles. I normally go missiles, and on the top we have the mortars. And I have actually magnetized, so melter gun, which pops in just there quite nicely. But yeah, so you can see the chunky boy next to him. So so yeah, he's basically on a base. He is a large Acrex bottle high, which comes up to his knee. Leave him there. Let's put him out of the way. So yeah, I thought I'd bring him down just to for people to have a look at whilst painting and stuff. Just saw one of his Warbringers. Yes, the Warmaster. Warmaster. They are actually meant to be separate Titans. They share the same sort of chassis, but they are separate Titans. So that's why we can't interchange the weapons, because that is a wholly close quarters siege engine, basically, and the Warmaster is shooty McTooty. Whether or not they'll do any weapon options for that later on, who knows? You know, obviously we had that with the Warlords and Reavers and all that. They had weapon options. I think it would be silly not to, really. You know, having sort of like a super macro cannon would be pretty awesome. on a War Master, because that's a lot of heat that they're generating when you're going like maximal with those Caesarine plasma distractors. It's not good, and that's going to be like very painful. Stepping on a Warhound. Yeah, I actually inadvertently, if you see the picture I posted up on Instagram, Patrick, without realising, I actually mirrored the stance that my War Master and which is Vindicta Manibus, the one that's in the artwork in the book, which I copied. They didn't copy me, I copied them. And this one, I'd done the opposite side on a Warhound, and both Warhounds are of the Gore Crows, and they've both got flamers. So it's just like, yeah, he's like, just, you could mirror it, and it's pretty awesome. Yeah, no worries, Crimson. Yeah, just as and when, dude, don't worry. Or just DM me if you can, or I don't know, or tag me somewhere. Adam, hello, Adam, welcome. I want that yellow in my life. How do you make it so bright? Just prime. No. So if we're talking about the yellow on the head, for example, well, actually, like the shoulders is just Avaland, basically. So, like what I've done here, where I go over with Leadbelcher, I do that with all my Titans. I always use the same two sprays: the Halford's Car Primer for the primer coat, and then for the base coat, Leadbelcher, and then I'll wash it with Agrax and all sorts of things. But the yellow on there is Agrax. Not Agrax. Is Avalon Sunset. I put that on there first. Then I wash over it. I'll put all the colours on, so the red's on there as well, and then I'll wash over it all with Agrax, and then I will go over the Avaland with more Avaland, but thin down, like layers sort of thing, just to bring it up again, but leave the edges a little bit darker. You can just about see this there, because that adds to the sort of dirtying up of the actual thing. Now, with this chap, the head, that was Avaland again, but I've done the same thing, where I washed it with Agrax, then gone over with watered down Avaland Sunset. But as you can see, you've got the oranginess just there. I'll pull that back a bit. So you can just see that little on the bottom sections. You can just see that little orangey bit. I was using Cassandra yellow, so again, I might have like a bit of a wetted brush, getting a little bit of Cassandra yellow on there, and then just running it along those edges there. So I've done it a couple of times to sort of really sink in, like going over the yellow a little bit. So, and that helps bring it up as well. So that's why the head stands out quite differently from the actual shoulder pads there, but it works. And the base for like the honeycomb effects, trying to think what I did. Yeah, I went over with the plate itself. I went over with Corax white, and then I used the contrast paints, Iandan yellow, all over first, and then I used Blood Angel red along the bottom, and basically like wet blended it. So I just pissed about with it really with a brush, and I'd add a little bit more yellow and then maybe a little bit of dab of red, and just mix it around, keeping the red near the bottom. And then as you sort of mix them too, you get that little no man's land in between, where it goes a little bit orangey. And it was quite a nice little effect as it was. But once I got the airbrush stencil onto there, and I put some varnish spray over the stencil before spraying, because then that stops any leakage of the paint. And then I got some really crisp, that was Corax Corvus Black air through my airbrush. And just give that little spray either side, and it came out like that. And I think that works. I think you'll agree, hopefully. But yeah, I try and keep things really simple as best I can. whenever I do anything, because I don't like overcomplicating. Sophist uses ivory under yellows. Yeah, because that's quite a warm light colour. So it's sort of like Wraithbone, but Wraithbone sort of more bony than obviously ivory. So yeah, you can get that nice little transition there. Vince Venturella, Hobby Cheating, did a series on exploring colours on his YouTube channel, and I learned from the yellow. There you go. That's the whole thing about this YouTube, is having the ability to go and check out other hobbyists, seeing what they're doing, because everyone has their own little unique ways of getting around things, or working the system, so to speak. So that's what I'm doing here now, because I'm going to be putting the Liberator over the armor plates. Try brown underneath, but to no satisfaction. I use brown under like golds, it actually works, or even bronzes. Because when I was doing my Minotaurs, I used Mournfang brown as a base, and then dry brushed over with Leadbelcher. And then over that, I sort of dry brushed with Sycorax bronze, and it just worked. I give it a little a wash, and it just worked. It was the sort of the bronze hue that I was looking for. There are many other bronze hues, but that was the one I liked, and how it worked out. So the Asterius is the size of a Warhound. It's a little bit. It's not as bulky in comparison. So a Warhound would stand a little bit taller, and it's more spread, if you know what I mean. But yeah, they're not far off, so that's why obviously they're size 5, scale 5, class 5, or whatever you want to call it, and Warhounds are size 6. So as hinted in the Traitor book, with the where they have the section based on the corrupted Titan rules, they mention size 5 in the list of how many additional powers that a corrupted Titan can have. So that says to me that we will have small Titans at some stage. And that's going to be interesting. Especially for Audax players, because you've just got Warhounds and you've only got like 2 mana pools you can actually field them in. So that wind's picking up. I don't know if you can hear it coming through on the mic, but yeah. It's a bit of a breeze. Yeah, try it. I actually did browns under gold. I painted Dante, I think it was. Yeah, it was Dante, yeah. I painted up a Dante. My friend Christy got me Dante for a birthday present. So I painted him up and used... Because I think I got it from Games Workshop, actually. It was... I think it might have been before Duncan, but it was something that I saw, and they said, "Oh, you go with a brown base, and then just gold over it," and yeah, it worked. So it done what I wanted it to do, and that's all that really matters at the end of the day. So, how many of you are actually hobbying tonight themselves, or are you just popping in whilst doing other stuff? Again, it doesn't really matter being particularly neat at this stage, because it all comes together once you start adding in the other colours. So as you probably know, as I've already mentioned the way I do colours, I'll get the basics in place, and then I will be filling in the places that I want colour. So it'd be like the Xerxes purple, Corax white, or the Screamer pink, basically, for House Divine. But then I'll wash over it all with Agrax, and then I'll pick out those colours again and go over the parts that I need to. So that way it sort of gives a little bit more depth to the colour, brings it up as well. I'll tell you one thing, with this model, I had such a time getting these bloody Volkites on. Let's bring it a bit closer. There you go. These Volkites, because there's a little plug it plugs in, and then you've got to attach the cable to it. And for the life of me, it just would not work, which was a bit frustrating, to say the least. You're actually hobbying for once, Sophis. Good, that's what I like to hear. And Adam, you're on the Skaven trail. Nice. I did fancy doing Skaven once upon a time. As most of you know, I'm not big on the fantasy side of Warhammer, but I did like the idea of Skavens. I can't remember if it was for Blood Bowl or if it was actually... No, I think it was actually for like fantasy, because there was like some of those models, like the Gutter Runner. I was quite intrigued with. It might have even just been like a sorbet project where I like to get random models just to do as a distraction from painting Knights and Titans. But yeah, I've always had that little thing. I've never done one. So I've done my the only fantasy models I have painted are the INF Deep King, because I love the idea of elves walking their fish around. It just amuses me. So that's why I got them. Actually, Scott, you was doing, if you're still about, mate, you were doing what's it? Not Luthien, Lumineth. Was you doing Lumineth? I seem to remember Lumineth in your future, or was we just talking about them once? I can't recall. I'm just doing the old leg plates. So that's coming nicely. So when I'm letting the gold dry, I think I might do this Tyrant Skull dry brush as I wait for that, because it's all about prioritizing what you want to paint next, basically. So that way you keep on painting and progressing. Yeah, there is one thing with these models, have to be, and the two I've got, I haven't been successful. Here, there's normally a gate right there, and trying to cut that off without taking a bite out of it has defeated me twice. So just so you're warned, those that may be considering getting one of these dudes for their AT forces, just be careful. And I don't know, maybe very small, very fine tooth hobby saw, maybe. But yeah, I was being ever so careful on both occasions and was not successful in my attempts. So it can happen to the best of us. The wind is still going at it like bonkers out there. Good old Arwen drumming up a storm. Maybe there was ring wraiths. I forgot what colours I was going to use for Legio Solaria. Ah, funny you should say that. I do have a video on my channel with how I do my Legio Solaria. It may help. You've probably watched it already, but you know, I've got to let people know who may watch this at a later date and haven't searched through the video archives. So there's a lot of Saturday Night Reaver action. I think that's the name for this. I think it's an appropriate name. And my little graphic I put onto Twitter earlier on. So, a little side bit there. So yeah, so it's looking more like a custodian at the moment. The amount of gold, so much gold. That's on this thing. Just make sure I just get that few bits there. I suppose I could have tried taking the arms off, but yeah, maybe not, just in case. Let's double check, make sure we're happy with that. There's another thing with like the Porphyrion and the Asterius is this black back armour. Because there's a really nice detail underneath that, but yeah. So yeah, but yeah, you can understand you've got to have some armor plates that are on you in your back, just in case of any sneaky dudes who like to get around and shoot people in said back. Let's let that go. Let's check something quickly, because that's the kind of guy I have to keep on top of things. And right, that's that taken care of. Right. So, considering the size of the Custodian Dreadnought, I wouldn't be too surprised to find a Custodian super heavy Dreadnought. Yeah, they do like to go big. The Telemon is just a beast. Scott has a Telemon, and it's just such a massive meanie. It kills everything. Yeah, they are really formidable, as you would expect, being as they're custodies, and custodies are formidable. And you always get like lots of people going, "Oh yeah, they're really hard to kill," but they are meant to be really hard to kill. They're like, you know, they're better than Astartes are. They're below. Well, they're different to Primarchs as well, because going by like what you read in the lore, custodians have so much work put into them compared to like the Astartes. Like the Astartes are just like plastic bags, but they're just so far removed from custodians. And and like they are the bespoke making of super warriors, and that's why the Emperor has them as his personal guard, because they are just so different. So it's like what the Astartes are to the Primarchs, the Custodies are to the Emperor, and that's why sort of like Valdor is, you know, practically a Primarch in his like skill and abilities. When you're sort of trying to compare the two, he would be part of the 10,000. So what? This heat is not really warming this place up. Right, right, Tyrant Skull. Let's find you and do some dry brushing on the base. And then he says, right, that's Andrew Dust. There you are. Hello, Tyrant Skull. Let's find something I can use. Dry brushy. There we go, use that. Tyrant Skull with its dry compound. Again, you don't have to be too on the button with this, but so you want to give that little bit of the edges a little bit of lightness, so when you do use the shade Agrax on there, it gives some nice depth and texture. So that on there, and brush it around. So these actual wall sections I'm brushing over here are actually part of the Spires kit, or just one of the sections that I've previously mullered for another Titan base, and so I just basically just, you know, fallen walls there, cutting up a bit off there, and stood that one up, because again it just gives you that, you know, blown out building look that this Asterius is striding through. That little thing there, just see, that's actually auto cannon for a Porphyrion, because what I do with Porphyrions is where it has its missile launchers on the back section here, I use the barrels of the auto cannon, because I use the las cannons on mine. I just put las cannons on just because it's better for me. I prefer las cannons. So I take the barrels off and I use them as support struts for the actual rocket launchers, which I've done that. I've done that on my original 28mm one. I put the little struts on there, and done the same with the small guys. Although the 28mm one comes with struts, whereas the AT one doesn't. So there's that. Right. I like to get the edge of the rim of the base. Give that a good going over with the old brush. And Spinderella. Yeah, as long as it don't go too bonkers. You just want to get some nice colour that's not just grey. Actually, I'll do that little bit of machinery, Porphyrion weapon. Put some lead belcher over that. And a little tube. No, if you're not going to stay on, bugger off. I'll just fill that bit in with some random bits of lead belcher scattered around, because again it just gives it a little bit more definition when you put the agrax over. And get some of that on. And pop. There you go. That's both done. So now what we're going to do first, so we need the Xerxes. Corex Screamer. Right, so what I've done with most Mechanicum Knights, he says, well, the other Asterius anyway, I left this central section sort of gold, because they do tend to do that. They kept the metallic look on the Forge World Asterius, the first one I do, and some of the other Mechanicus or Mechanicum Knights. They just leave that in a sort of the gold look, and then the colours either side. So the main colour being Screamer Pink. Seems weird, but the colour that I use, and it's the colour that looks closest to the art. So it works. Why change it? Right. So I'm probably going to look down the sides here with that, not onto these sections. So keep this front bit in the gold. I'll do that in the Screamer. Then I'll probably do, like, obviously, because you've got the little lines on the plates here, so you could mix them up a little bit. But let's just get started first, and just because I have no preconceived idea of what I really want to do pattern wise. Now, as you know, I've already done a Loyalist one of these in the House Veroni. House Veroni, I guess, have become the main knight house for the Loyalists, because they've got so much of knight goodness. So they've got the Megaeras, they've got the Atrapos in there, like a banner of. Obviously got banner of Acherons and Castigators, as well as Lancers. So they've got one of each at least of the Cerastus in there, and they've got the Megaeras, as well as I think I've done Gallants and Paladins. Might have even done Aaron. I think I've even got Arons as well. So on my traitor sides, House Divine has the largest showing. So I just thought I'll just stick with the one. I'm not getting these for all my households. That's a definite no-no, because as nice as the models are, that they are, I'm not happy at how much they cost. So personally, I think they could have been cheaper, or maybe should have been cheaper, because yeah, you're not going to get as many people buying them. So you know, you're looking for one banner costing £80. It's just too much. You know, Plastics would have been nice, but obviously Forge World want to get some stuff going, so Forge World didn't. It's much like the Grot Bomber in AI. It's quite a big model, but costly as well. And with the Armigers, yes, they're a small bespoke model. Comes in 10 parts apparently, as one of my friends said in a chat about them. But they are, they're a model, like normal sort of guardsman type size model. They come on 25mm base. And they're working out to about £10 something each when you break it down. And you've only got what you can build. I think you can only build literally 2 of one type and then 1 of the other sort of thing. So I know, like with the standard Warglaves, you've got 2 Warglaves, and then you've got the one with the autocannons. So, hey, Mousebait! Hello! I have no real interest in Knights in a Titan game, to be honest. Also, hello! Painting Gruts at the moment. Lovely to see you again, my friend. It's been a long time. And, yes. It's, yeah, because you was doing your own Legio, weren't you? Did you actually get them all finished off in the end? I know, because you had a very busy moment where you was just like gunning through everything, with all the little hand detail you was doing on them as well, which was like, oh my god, that's so intricate, but totally worth it at the end of it. House Divine for the win, painting rust on my Krytos armor. Cool. Krytos. I was yeah. Some of you may have already known of my. I entered the painting competition at Salute with my Krytos, and they got shifted from. I was entering them as a unit, which on the rules said you can a sci-fi unit is between 5 to 40 models, up to 40 millimeters. So I'm up to 40 millimeter. So in other categories, they said like 54mm scale, or they said other things, but they didn't put scale after it. So the guy who put it in had a chat with somebody else, and they said, "Oh, well, I think we've got to put this into miscellaneous because they're over 40mm." And I'm going, yeah, but they're 8mm scale models. They're just big, but in 8 mil. But they got put into the miscellaneous category. And in the miscellaneous category, you had some amazing model paint jobs of like random, like diorama type things and all that. And as nice as they looked in their battle group, there was no way they were going to get anything out of that. So I was a little bit like, well, we ain't to do it. Because I was really hopeful, because I had a Legio Krytos no, not Exterminus. It could have been Exterminus. It might have been Exterminus. Or no, it might be actually a Fortis Maniple, I think. I'm not sure what I had. I had a Maniple, plus I had the War Master I'd done for Krytos, standing there behind him as an auxiliary, as part of the battle group. And yeah, if they could have been in a sci-fi unit, who knows? But yeah, in miscellaneous, there was no way in hell I was going to get anywhere after seeing some of the painting jobs that were in that, and like the guys that came first, second, and third were like exceptional work. So hey ho. Plus your eyes are already going. I don't need even tinier things. Yeah, they are a bit on. Yeah, I'm not I'm looking forward to, and not in equal measures with those little dudes, because as I said, my friend Mike was saying that they're in 10 part kits each one, so it's like, oh, 10 part. Like you think like, well, arm, body, so that's 3, leg, so that's 5, weapon, so that's 7, head. That head's gonna, yeah. So oh, carapace, because carapace is normally separate, and maybe shoulder pad. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I'm assuming strength. Yeah. You do a family pick on the look. Excellent. The Trojans, Legio Trojanus. Sorry, I've Latinized it for you without you asking. Legio, the Trojans. Yes, it's not GW only. So, you know, if you think of someone like the best, like dragons, there were dragons all over the place. So, yeah, it was not the best place for my little guys to be standing, really. There was no way they were going to get anything out of that category. I might have even done better if I put in the War Master as a solo. So, but hey ho, maybe next year. That's yeah. There was some really nice models there, and that's half the fun of going to these events, is seeing all these people's work. Obviously, you've got a load of pro painters playing out. I think Andy Wardle, who's a name, I think it's DC Studios. Was he Little Things? He was one of the commission studios out there. He won a couple. I know he got best in show, because I remember hearing his name being called for that. Because the guy who was doing the calling was couldn't really hear him, even though there weren't that many people. There's probably around about 60, 70 people standing around that area. But obviously in the ambience and everything, you couldn't really hear him call out everything. So yeah, it was so good just to get out and see a lot of people that I know in real life who are working that weekend, as well as meeting up with certain people from Twitter, such as Leaky Cheese, a warm, awful feeling, and Electric Eve, and Mr. Office Painter himself, in all his shortness. Hey Tom, dude, it's good to see you again. And no worries, just lurk away, dude. Yeah, I'm saying that the internet is excellent connection. I am checking every now and again, looking at the screen there. But yeah, beforehand, where I was trying to do it before, it just was not happening. It just kept on like and nothing. So I had to get rid of. But yeah, leaky cheese. So he's quite chilly in here. I'm saying I've got a radio right by me, and I'm still cold. So body warmers on. Yeah, Leaky Cheese is a really, really fun guy to hang out with. I think we've got a mutual respect anyway. But after hanging out, let's say we just had such a great time at Salute, going around. His daughter was with us as well, and she was hilarious. all at office's expense, even though. Yeah, and a warm, awful feeling as well was with us, and it was really nice to see them. Ben Greaves, who was working down there, and Pete Reardon, Alistair, who are all working on the Zinj Industries store, where they do all the bits that you never thought you would need or want. So, like, there's people queuing up for Torax wheels because they have the little sets for doing Torax or Torox, isn't it? The Torax wheels. So, and they had a nice selection of little like additions. So, like, like Battle Bling with AT stuff, they do their own stuff as well. So they're the ones where you see the devotional bell. Somebody posted up a War Master with a devotional bell on it. They're the guys that make them. But they've done a little scenery pack. Now I'm not I am sort of advertising. I mention it because on this little scenery pack, so you've got like little girders and stuff like that. But they've got a little portaloo, little porta potty on there. And I saw that when they showed me that, and I thought, oh my god, that is just hilarious. And I could just envision that being on a base with a guardsman just coming out of it and a War Master's foot just about to come down on it. But yeah, they do let their little imaginations go with their stuff there, and it is really cool. But yeah, totally worth checking their stuff out, because there are some really nice like little upgrade kits and stuff. The one that really impressed me was their it was a conversion thing for a glaive, where you can swap out the Volkite cannonade for like an actual like cannon barrel. And the cannon is just beastly. Really looked the part, and they made it so easy that you can just like magnetize, plump, 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 swap it in, swap it out, and for that different look. And I have some other bits and pieces for like predators and stuff. So totally worth it. Because apparently, I know I think I might have done a boo-boo. Yeah, alright, I'm going to have to go over that in gold again. No biggie. But yeah, they what did they do? They did something. Yeah, stuff for predator tanks and all. Yeah, no, that was it. Yeah, Ben was telling me about the scenery, because I know like if you were playing games of AT or other game systems in like Games Workshop stores or Warhammer World, there was something about that. Obviously, you can't have third-party parts on your models, but that doesn't cover basing materials, so you can put stuff on basing materials or something like that. Is what I heard somebody say. I was earwigging, but yeah, it was. Some really cool stuff. There's little bits and pieces you just see stuff and go, well, that's really cool. I wouldn't mind using that somewhere. That's the kind of shop that they are. So that's like with Battle Bling with their bits and pieces. Like they the P3N 1S crotch cannon or whatever they've got. The Gatling cannon, like Sex Machine from Dusk Till Dawn, that you can put on your warlords. Characterful things. As they would call it, I suppose. But yeah. And then they said that there's sort of that market for stuff like that anyway. But I'm too much of a traditionalist. Oh yeah, Victorian Miniatures do some really nice models. I think it was like someone like the Praetorian sort of Imperial Guards. to no third party. That's why I don't usually post all your yeah. But yeah, it's it is difficult. I know obviously they're trying to, because I know like when I was asked to put my Legio Solaria on display in like the glass cabinets of Warhammer World by Baz, and then he said, "Oh, I can't do it because I had the versatile terrain nameplates on them," and he said, "I can't put them in there, no matter how good they are. I can't put them on there because we don't sell nameplates." So I went, "Well, there's no problem. You know, I'm not." I was a little bit like, you know, I would have been nice to have that little thing. Oh yes, I had some stuff on display at Warhammer World once. But I can understand it because obviously if they don't sell it, you are sort of advertising somebody else's. It's like buying yourself a Burger King and then going into McDonald's to eat it. You know, it's that kind of thing. It's a little bit wrong. So yeah, I could understand why. So yes, although they have posted pictures on the community page where people have got models with like nameplates on. So yeah, I don't know. That's the tourney rules at Warhammer World, I think. You can use third-party base, but nothing on the figure. Ah, right, okay. Cheers, Adam. Converted him to literally have crotch rocky. It's one of my tank busters. Badoo! Yeah. It's those little things that do add character. It provides a chuckle. In my more sort of less conscientious days, or basically immature days, I did. Now, my little sister at the time had, I think there was a lot of things where teen girls were getting like Playboy memorabilia, like, you know, Playboy pillows and, you know, things, and like everything was hot pink, you know, and like even in like Argos and certain like department stores and like, you could buy that Playboy themed paraphernalia for, you know, doing up teenage girls' rooms, stuff like that. And I was participating in a doubles combat patrol tournament called Conflict back in about 2008, with my friend Mike. I think that one, I think Scott came to that one as well. I think it was on. Well, no, actually, it might have been the year before. I think Scott came to the second one. So yeah, it was the first one because my sister came to that one, and I don't think Scott wasn't there. And because of that, on my Tau battle suits, which were sort of painted in, it was scab red, I think they were, and I went over it with like the black wash, whatever it was called back then. And on the back of the Crisis battle suits, you've got that little rounded bit in between the thrusters. I actually hand painted the the Playboy bunny symbol on there because I was doing it as like, you know, from a sister, sort of like this little like thing from a sister sort of thing. I thought she would find it funny, which she did. But it wasn't too bad. It was for freehand as well. it was actually pretty cool. But yeah, it was having the Playboy bunny on the back, and one of the reasons, in a way, because my I repainted them all anyway. So you saw like the pictures I posted the other day with the sort of like very sandy based camouflage. I called them Tao Shan, which is the sept that they howl from. They're based on Borken stats. I was always like Borken, but I didn't fancy painting the colours of Borken. So I went with the camo scheme, and they're basically created myself for the the Tau Sept of Tao Shan. Now, Tao Shan, well, I'm probably pronouncing it wrong, but that's how I pronounce it, is actually sort of Chinese or Mandarin for rabbit. I'm also born in the year of rabbit, much like my little sister, who's 12 years younger than me, is also born in the year of rabbit. So there was a, Playboy bunny, So that was the origins of that. But yeah, I kept the name Tao Shan, but I got rid of the Playboy stuff because kind of grew up, and so did she. So you can only do that sort of thing once. Yes. Yeah, the nameplates, yeah. But I can understand it because it's the sort of thing that people would ask, and because they don't sell it, they can't advertise other companies' merchandise, if you know what I mean. So was that the year that my sister was there with her friend? Because I know we done it. Me and Mike done one once, and then you was there, and that was the year that we met Graham McNeil for the first time. When it was when Fulgrim come out, wasn't it? Because you was taking a pic, you took some pictures when we were playing the games, like it's the Sisters of Battle people, where one sister survived 17 attacks by a squad of crew and basically made them all. It's just like, what? She just had to fail once, but no, she made them all. So so long ago. And funnily enough, the one of the people that was organising that actual event at Conflict was a guy that I got to know later on, who is called Darren McInech, who used to work for Games Workshop. He was like quite one of the popular managers, but he was the main person organising Conflict, which I found out later. But oh wow, that's pretty cool. And my daughter and his son were in the same class at school, so I used to meet him school pickup time, pick up the kids, and like chat about hobby and all that stuff. But he went and joined Wayland Games, but now where they've, if some of you may have heard of Wild West Exodus, Darren is the guy that basically paints the models and like does a lot of, used to do a lot of the TV things that they were doing in interviews and that, like, so he's like one of the main guys behind it. So he's like evolved on. The other guy who was like his sort of second in command type thing at Conflict is Johnny from Battle Bling. So it's just like, when I found that out and I mentioned about that, it's, oh yeah, I was running that because he made a author. He didn't recognise an author who was coming to do a book signing, and he, I think it was Ben Coulter, he refused him access and made him queue up because he didn't recognise him. And to his credit, Ben Coulter did queue up. Yeah, strange how the world operates and people meet each other. Yeah, let's show girls they can be. Yeah, it was, again, I think that was before sort of reality struck a lot of things. And obviously, I think there's the truth about Hugh Hefner being, basically a very rich man who can afford to have young ladies who basically sell themselves. Yeah, it's not exactly right, really. Yes. Yeah, but if you had to made yourself out of 3D printer or whatnot, it wouldn't. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, yeah, but I wouldn't lie about it. That's the thing. Like, I'm too honest for my own good at times. But yeah, I wouldn't do that anyway. So it was no biggie. They've since come off anyway, so I took them off because I thought you can't just have one Titan Legio with all nameplates and all the other ones without. So I just thought, well, I'll just take them off. Sod it. I don't regret them. Yeah, it was a little. I bought them when they was on special, so not much of a loss to the pocket. But yeah, it's just thought just take them off. There's no point in mucking about with them. So here's right. Toesies. Yeah, it's actually I've missed being on here with you guys. Yeah, as I say, it was like I did get a little bit sort of well, I was very browned off, I shall say, where it wouldn't work, and so you get a little bit sort of downtrodden and that. But yeah, to be honest, you know, now it's working. I'm actually really enjoying being back and chatting with you all. Missed you all. It's nice having you here as well, Mouseback. I know you pop up when you can, all right, but it's always nice when you're here, you're joining in with everybody, and we're all having a nice, pleasant evening of hobby together. I must admit, I keep on looking at my Emperor's Children a lot recently. Keep on feeling, you know, maybe I should do some Emperor's Children, do some more stuff, because I've got lots of sort of changeovers where I'm repurposing from other armies and just making my Emperor's Children bigger. Because it's the kind of thing you do when you're a hobbyist. You'd probably make some now if you could. Yeah, then the up markings were quite, they are handy, but so you got to put a template on them anyway. You end up sort of like just scratching off some of the paint, even like, you know, varnishing on a way. You'd be a little bit careful, but yeah, just at the end of the day, I just thought, well, no, I'll just take them off, and especially after going up to Warhammer World the other week to put them all out as well. It was nice having them all out there. And you could, even if I had the nameplates on there, you couldn't see them with the amount of Titans in the way. It was not possible. Now with these here, again are segmented, so I can either go for like white, purple, white, or purple, white, purple, just to break it up a little bit, or just have white one side, purple one side. So many choices. Toes. Right. Let's give some purple some action. Dilly dilly. Yeah, glad you're back. Missed you too. Oh, I hadn't paid attention to schedule. Yeah, that's why I was sort of hammering out lots of things at different places to try and sort of like, hi guys, it's working. I'm back on. I love conversions, etc. It's always cool, or redoing an army. Yeah, so sometimes you have some time away, you get some more ideas, or you see other people's stuff that they've done, and you get inspired. Think, actually, I could use that. I'm going to nick that and stick that there and make that work. Workbench has grots always. Orc Weird Boy 4 grot tanks are the best. I think they should be sort of totally indestructible and like just D. If we still use D in the system, whatever system, it just destroys. One shot, hits on a 2+ with rerolls of 1s. World Eaters Deridio. Ooh. Admech Tech Priest. I love Admech. Deridios are actually really cool dreadnoughts as well. When I first got mine, I was playing a game against Andy at Horus Heresy Weekender, and he's like pulled me to one side and said, "Wait a sec, how can you shoot that unit and you just shot that unit?" I said, "Well, the missiles, they've got their tracking rule, so I can shoot them other units." And he just went, "So that's what it does." I think I'll get one of them. How to get some 30k Emperor's Children 2 soon. I have a plan for a diorama set on Isstvan extremists listening station with Death Guard and Emperor's Children and War Sinners and maybe Soul Targets. Cool. That was one of the scenes from the Battle with Isstvan 3, which is mine and my friend Mike's like one of the favourite images, is with the Death Guard that were in the little sort of stronghold down one end of the actual battle of the Chorrol city, and they're being like attacked by Titans, but there's like bombardment cannons of their facilities, and once it lets up, you see this little mortar fire come back out over the wall. So that's going, "No, you've not killed us. Take some mortar." After some of that's done, I'll start on Warhounds I need for my Traitor Legion, since I bought all the Volkites for them accidentally twice. Wow, that's a lot of Volkite. That would actually they're pretty interesting. Have them running around Volkiting it up. Yeah, grot tanks are adorable. Yes, they are. I bought a tiny Forge World Mine Layer thing from Astra Militarum. Grot tank. Yeah, is that the remote control like bomb disposal unit thing? The Cyclops. Is that what you got? Because they're quite like lots of people are using them Cyclops in Zone Mortalis, because apparently it's like one of the most ultimate things to have in Zone Mortalis. Not dead yet. Skyfire and tracking. Yes. Yeah, it's the track. Yeah, that's the thing. A Deridio, if you was able to field them, imagine having the ability to have a talon of Deridios, because they're only singles. But if you had a talon of Deridios and you're up against like White Scars with their jet cycles, it's like boom, 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 and then you've got the tracking missiles as well. So it's like yes, totally devastating. I'm going with more of the theme than the good, but I will magnetize. Yes, Cyclops, good thing. Yeah, the demolition, remote control demolition tank thing, isn't it? Yeah, it's just like, yeah, just roll that over there. That's fine. Right, I'm just going to open the door because it's so cold. I put the beers outside, so. So reinforcements, still chilly as everything. Reload. By the way, White Scars. Yeah, that's probably why they didn't make him in there like Contemptors, where you can. Well, I suppose Contemptors you can have auto cannons, can't you? But they're not tracking like the Sicarian. I think the silly thing that Forge World did was not making Sicarian available to be squadroned in the Heresy, because I would have had a squadron of them, no problem. Although saying that, I do have I have the plasma Sicarian and the normal Sicarian, and because I've got the Scorpius Whirlwind as well, but not glued the thing in, I could actually take the lid off of that and use that as the Arcus one, which was quite nasty for a while. It probably still is, because it was like, you know, a bit killy. Oh, plus you can take all the missiles and change them up during the game. Just pay point. Yeah. If you did it over room temp, is it warm over there? Where you are in your neck of the woods? Because it's pretty cold over here. Current temperature. No, that's Nottingham. 3 degrees, and there's a drizzle. So, which it was going to continue throughout the night by the looks of things. Okay, I love my Sicarian, and the Arc is my current favourite. I mean, to get that, the one Dantiuk was just working on. Now I'm blanking on it. The Venator, yes. Oh, yeah, because you've got the oh, Scott's got it. The one with the neutron laser. It's like, I'm gonna kill you, verily. Yeah, they should have made them squadrons, because people would have made sport squadrons. You know, you do sort of wonder sometimes. It's like, well, why don't you do that? Or they change things. Like I think they changed it that only like in the Mechanicum, in the first tank that they had in, is it Book 1 Betrayer, when they had is it Calib Decima? I think it's the name. Or the Auto Reductor dude at the end. You could have Mechanicum Land Raiders. And the idea of Mechanicum Land Raiders was just really cool, you know. Because that was my thing. I mentioned it the other night on the Artist Empire, because we was talking Mechanicum and Mechanicus. Was that I always thought that Mechanicum would have been a really easy army codex to do, because I just thought, well, they make everything anyway, so they can have everything, surely. You know, they could have had rhinos, they could have land raiders, they could have chimeras and whatever, and just, you know, just make some HQ choices. Right. Get rid of that, because there was a hair and I couldn't get it. Damn you. Yes. But yeah, it would have been just so much easier, but now they've got, yeah, their ornithopter things and their beechcraft landers. Yeah, no, I'm more of a Cybernetica Mechanicum adept. I just love the battle automata or automator. Fanators. They are just beasts. They're so big. And then the what do you call them? The Phalanx. I love Phalanx. Although I don't know if you've seen the cut down picture. It's like, you know, like when they do the cut down of what a Phalanx is like, and you've literally just got a skull with the brain and the nervous system, and you go, okay, that's what's left of the human part of the actual thing. and then you hear that they're in constant pain and they only get some sort of relief when they kill. Sort of like the butcher's nails, I guess. And you just think, oh, what a horrible existence. Problem with Mechanicum is I want all of yes. That's again. It's like the Myrmidons. I don't know whatever happened to the Myrmidons. Really, they just got left by the wayside a little bit. Yeah, bulky, tough as old boots, but they never done the weapons upgrade kits, which I remember, like Mark Bedford at a Weekender being asked that, and it's they're all they weren't, or they weren't bothering to, but it just seemed a waste because it was an interesting unit and characterful, but when you buy them, you just get one of each weapon once on like the heavy dudes anyway, which was like, well, but I want to have 3 conversion beamers, not just one, and then a red cleanser, or a photon thruster. It's like, the upgrades and obviously resources went to other things, I guess, but oh well, it would have been nice. But they're pretty much gone for the wayside. I can't remember the last time I saw Myrmidons anywhere. Yeah, it's like even because that came on pre-order today. The Forges of Mars, the special edition box set of all 3 books by Graham McNeil, and there are some bits in that you just go, "Ooh, really? That's not very nice." And yeah, Mechanicum aren't nice in some respects. They make use of everything, but there's some real dodgy dudes out there. I know I'm going to do this and make things even worse. Yes. Yeah, so I don't get to read much nowadays. So it's if like there was a Black Library Weekender and there was a book that I was particularly interested in, like I said, the last book I bought at a Weekender I think was Titan Death and what do you call it, Spirit of the Emperor, and Corax, which I still haven't read. I bought the special edition sort of Corax book. Not read it. I haven't even taken it out of the box. And that was like 2018. Yeah, talk about a slow reader. These poxy. Right. Yeah, Forges of Mars. I do enjoy Forges of Mars. It was just a very different sort of story, like the whole quest and the Arc Mechanicus being involved, and Black Templars and road traders. It had everything really, and lots of different varieties of Mechanicum, or Mechanicus, sorry, and Titans and Skitarii. They had everything, so much. Yeah, it was a good little sort of series, and again because there wasn't that much about when that came out really, that involved Mechanicum or Mechanicus, sorry. So it was really good. I did honestly really enjoy it. There were some like slow bits and pieces in there, but it's like with anything really, you know, you get the good parts, you get the bad parts. So you stick with, and you get to the end, and yeah, you get some payoffs along the way, which is always appreciated. So, what's happened? I don't think there's been that many. I know we've got a bit more Mechanica stuff with like Cool, with his little adventures. That guy's written a bit about him, which Cool is. I do like Cool. Even in Heresy, Cool is cool. He's got personality. He's got vavavoom. Oh, the Siege of Terror books, well, audio books, are really good. I've really enjoyed them so far, especially after going through all like for the majority of the Heresy. I think I did miss a couple of books out which I weren't sort of that interested in, so I didn't bother with them. But yeah, it was. So each of them has had some really good stuff going on in them, which is what we want, really. Saturnine had some real nice payoff, though, to be fair. Mortis, obviously, because of Titans, and I love that. And Warhawk, I was telling Crimson about, about what happens in there. That was also really, really good. So we've got Aaron's book up next. So that will probably be out sort of springtime, I'd imagine, because it's sort of like 2 books a year, isn't it? They've been doing, and maybe like the odd novella. But yeah, so we've got Aaron's book to come out, which I'm looking forward to, and then on to Dan Abnett's, because I think, as Aaron said in interviews, he said he will basically fight anyone who won't let Dan finish the series. You know, he started it with Horus Rising, set the tempo, popped back on the odd occasion with like books like Legion and Prospero Burns, Fear to Tread. No, not Fear to Tread. That was James Wallow. Sorry, No Fear, and Unremembered Empire. And I think, like, obviously with Dan's storytelling and the books that he's done, they've all had sort of like, you know, pivotal moments in them that really add sort of a lot to the series, sort of thing. And obviously, recent years we've had Guy come to the fore, Chris Ray as well. Like Chris Ray did for White Scars, like Dan did with the Ultramarines and Space Wolves. So literally sort of changing the perception of them, because so many people like with White Scars in particular were like, oh, it's White Scars, it's Space Mongols. But Chris made them more while still retaining what they were, made them more, and so many people love White Scars now, not just in like army building, but their whole, you know, aesthetic for the Legion. Got such a characterful background and all that. And as I say, if you do get onto Mousy, if you do get Warhawk, yeah, you've got to do all the siege books. Like with the Heresy, everybody knows how it ends, but it's the getting there. and there's some great moments in all the books, like Lost and the Damned. I'm not going to do any spoilers, but I can think of them. The First Wall, things you go, oh my god, there's some real make you some definitely like fist pumping scenes as well. In Warhawk, yeah. One name, Sigismund. All his scenes in Warhawk are awesome. Yeah. Oof. Old Siggy. I mean, GW's search engine sucks. Took me 4 pages to find a darn Priest of Mars series. Sadly, I'll have to wait. I can't hope it'll still be available when I can afford it. White Scars are much more interesting. Yeah, totally. Like Path of Heaven is one of my favourite White Scars centric books. A little bit because of Emperor's Children being involved as well. But even Scars, Brotherhood of the Storm, they just had so much character. And I think, you get those sort of stories where characters can seem a little bit like unfleshed, or it's a little bit too much sort of like giving the reader what they expect to get, whereas Chris Ray did sort of change things, and he give them options as well, because also like the Terran scars and how they're different to the Trigoris scars, and expanded on that sort of the differences they had, but then also the backgrounds of those characters that were involved in there. Such really great books and stories, and you do learn to sort of really appreciate and love the Legion, and the Warhawk himself, old Jagatai. Yeah, Jagatai in Warhawk, the book of his name. Oh, he's just so awesome. He's absolutely awesome, that dude. That was one of my favourite things from the original sort of Heresy Siege of Terror fluff, was when the White Scars had been, fighting on the walls and taking, a beating, because it's not their style of combat, and that's what sort of drove them to jump on their bikes, and then they go out and recaptured the Lion Gate spaceport, just doing what they do best, and they did it, and then they basically held off, surrounded in the spaceport, but denying the enemy, and that was like one of the major turning points as well in the loyalist favour. It's not a throwaway thing like with the original fluff. It's like they went and did it. They took it out of the traitors' hands, and they were outnumbered, but they did it. Yes, Sigismund, Garville Loken. Yes, Yeah, in that Loken is next level. And some of the other guys that are involved in that scenario, which we will not mention about for those that haven't read Saturnine yet. But yeah, no, Garvey, because obviously he's got to be involved at the end. He was the first character to speak and it would only be right for Dan to have him in it at the end, after his his journey, where he's been, what he's done. Because Garviel Loken is a badass. Loken's my hero. Yeah, Loken is. That's what I always like, and I'm most people know about Loken in the early books, like the dueling cage with Lucius. That's the thing. Like, you're a really interesting character we've not really heard much about before. And they're like setting the scene with Garviel and all that. And it's when you've got the Mournival saying like, "Oh, he's the best fighter out the members of the Mournival," and you go, "Well, but you've got Abaddon, Abaddon," and you say like he's the best fighter, and they put him up against Lucius, and like Lucius being the best fighter of the Third Legion, and then getting his ass whooped. Yes. And then that started a long and slippery path for a certain captain of the Emperor's Children. Right. I'll do those bits at the back end. Thing I love about White Scar's story is that there was a kind of one of the few primates who didn't seem to give up their birth world culture in preference to the Terran culture of being rescued. Yeah. I was talking to. I might have been talking with Crimson. Was the whole thing about the Librarius and how the White Scars with the Storm Seers. The Storm Seers are. Uzegi was just. Oh, he was so great. And I just love the way they're just, using the storm and just ripping the crap out of people. But the whole thing when the Khan was sitting there, like in like a dream world sort of scenario, and he's being like given, it's like the option, and like the Emperor saying, "Don't drink from that bowl" or something like that, and because there's an Emperor avatar in this dream thing, and like the Khan's going, "Well, this is what I feel is right and that I have to do. I have to embrace it," and sort of thing. And he was doing what he felt was right, and it was against the Emperor's wishes as such, but the Emperor couldn't do anything because he wasn't there. It was only there in the dream state, sort of thing. And I think that sort of made him maybe a little bit wary of him, because obviously they weren't dealing with the Chaos God. He was dealing with something with the warp and all that sort of thing. But yeah, he's like the Khan. You can't tell him what to do, as such. He will do the right thing, and he'd always gave his sons, the benefit of the doubt and the opportunity for them to make their own way. He never sort of dictated to them. They had their freedom, because that's part of the culture of Tagoras. But yeah, it's very laid back, but it could have been so different, And I think that's where Erebus, that cocksucker Erebus, kind of, with his spirit walk with Horus, and it was like showing them the statues of all these Primarchs, which are basically the loyalist Primarchs. So yeah, Chaos was showing the truth, but addressing it in a different way, as they would. Feeding on like, "Oh, well, why haven't you got a statue, Horus? Where if these guys have got statues, why haven't you got a statue?" Because obviously they were showing them the Primarchs that were loyal. But even in one of the, it might have been Brotherhood of the Storm, or it might have been Scars. But the Khan would have, if Horus had said to him, come with me, he cut and would have. And he was like there, like thinking it and saying, like, you know, why didn't you come for me? Why didn't you ask me? Because he would have, because he loved Horus more than he loved the Emperor. But Horus knew who the loyalists were, but because of the dream walk, who would have known? Honestly, if Jet Boyks in 40k had looked better than they do, I'd have been tempted. There are more Harriers. That's why Dawn isn't the strategist Rabute is. He didn't seem to see their worth. No, that's true. Hey MZ, hello. How are you? Welcome to the first one in about 2 months. Well, a month and a half. I don't know. It's a long time. I've got internet that works. Yay! And I'm a bit drunk, so it's always good. Yay! Loken is kind of our everyman character. Yeah. Luna Mendax short story with Loken, and he is on Luna, funny enough, and he's after he'd been rescued by Garrow, but he was just going through like his state of mind, and from Cerberus to being him again. And that was actually, as a short story, that was really, really good and quite insightful, and how he was like processing things. Definitely worth a read. And it was pretty. I don't know if it's in one of the like sort of compilation type things, but it was only like again one of those like little couple of quid, or a couple of dollars, as it would be for you, wouldn't it? But yeah, Luna Mendax was actually I found it a really insightful sort of story, you know, dealing with like the ghost of his past and stuff. And he's given me the battle cry for my Lunar Wolf standards: to the death at bottom. Cool. Yeah, Lucius. I was thinking the other day, or it might have been yesterday, it might have been today, I don't know. But I know there's our what was it? Angel Exterminatus was the last time we saw Lucius. I thought he was eternal. When abandoned orphans turn out better than their fathers, than their father. Yeah. Erebus, yeah, he needs to be kicked in the cock. Self-fulfilling prophecy. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to share how I feel. Like, this is how I feel it should end. the story of the siege and everything. So we all know the shields go down on the Vengeful Spirit. I was hoping that it was going to be someone like Little Horus would have a change of heart, because he was torn. The whole thing about Davin with the voting of the Mourner Vow about should we trust Erebus to go and do this thing with these snake charmers and do the thing, and what do you call it, or should we just let him die, sort of thing. So he was torn and he voted to save. I don't think Loken was there, was he? I think Loken was somewhere else. It was, yeah, Tagadan was was against, and Abaddon was for, And yeah, it was so much. I think it was a 3-way vote out of 4, because Loken was somewhere else. And I always thought that little Horus trying to redeem, because the whole thing about him and being scared of Garviel, having like little sort of night terrors of Garviel, because he thought he was dead. And what a surprise when he wasn't in Vengeful. Was it Vengeful Spirit? Yeah, it was Vengeful Spirit. When they met him, it's like, oh, you're not dead. Oh, Lucius comes back in book 44 to Crimson King. Did he? I'm sure I read that one. It might have, to be honest. I think that one might have been on audio, so I might have missed it. Yeah, little Horus. Yeah, because he looks like Horus so much more. He looks like Horus more than Abaddon did. And Abaddon was like, you know, are you a clone of Horus? Yeah. So yeah, because Loken would have been, because then it would have been a tie, and they didn't have the time, and they basically put the vote, and he was the deciding vote, and he wasn't sure which way to go, and he basically just went, yeah, save him because he looks like me. But yeah, so I don't think it's Horus taking a gamble on dropping the shields. I think it was somebody else drops the shields. So little Horus or whatever. But obviously we know that Dawn, Sanguinius, the Emperor, Custodes, and some other dudes teleport onto the Vengeful Spirit. And I think Loken is going to be one of them going over there. We know that Sanguinius gets separated, has to fight his way to the throne room, meets up with Horus, and gets, you know, the choice that he's known for several books now is that he's got to make the decision. Does he dies either way, or does he die quicker, but you know, get that little nick in the armor for the brain bullet attack by the Emperor? Now, my theory is the Emperor doesn't kill Horus. The Emperor is smegged. Like, he's not in a good way after all the assaults on Terror and everything. And the power that Horus has is so great, because he's like, you know, all the boosted like chaos power infused Horus after going to Moloch and taking power. I think that he is, you know, nigh on dead. You know, he is absolutely smegged, the Emperor. Because it was always that thing was like, oh, the Emperor was like, oh no, you're my son, I can't kill you, you're my son. Bollocks. Horus whips his ass because he's just in the ascendancy. And because the original story wasn't, it was the guardsman who stood up in front of Horus and say, no, don't you do that to my Emperor, and then he gets butchered by Horus, and that made the Emperor realise that his son is a wrong 'un, and then he does the brain bullet attack sort of thing. I think the Emperor gets absolutely buggered. The guardsman might have been there, and people were speculating. Oh yeah, he was there, and this is what happened, because only the Emperor could defeat Horus. I think personally, it's Loken kills Horus, because it's the symbolism that, you know, he's the last loyal son of the Lunar Walls kills his father, and it's done. I've had this theory since the start, right? So since the very beginning, and Loken basically uses the Emperor's Emperor's got a bolter. You know, Loken's probably out of ammo. He's standing there. Emperor's bolter by the Emperor's side, who's laying on the floor, bleeding out, and Loken, act of desperation, sort of thing, defiance, whatever. Horus standing there going, oh, Jabba the Hutt style. You can't hurt me. I'm a fucking demon. So, like Dogma, Garville fires the Emperor's bolter. But my theory is that obviously not only is it the Emperor's bolter, but it was laying there in the Emperor's blood, and it hits the one spot that is the weak point of the armour that Sanguinius had damaged, which probably is the same point where Layman Russ rammed the spear through Horus. Bolt around goes in, detonates with Emperor's blood, who is the anathema of chaos, and all the chaos go, ooh! Ooh, this is not nice. We've got Emperor blood in us, and yeah, it's that kills Horus. But historians aren't going to write, oh yeah, a lunar wolf did this. They've got to make the Emperor look good, and so it was the Emperor with brain bullets. So that's what I feel. That is my. It probably ain't going to come true, but that is my theory I've had since the very beginning. Loken did it. Loken does it. Because it'd just be a nice symbolism. He was there the day that Horus slew the Emperor. So that has got to be fulfilled. And the dream that Loken has in book 2, I think, False Gods, he has a dream that he's fighting against these monstrous things at the side of the Emperor. So, boarding the vengeful spirit. Well, he's already down on Isfahan at this point. I guess he had been. I'd forgotten. No, because Davin was Davin. No, no, I don't know. No, I don't think so. Well, he might have been injured because there was obviously the swampy bits. So he might have been incapacitated or out of communication zone. I don't know. Lucius helps Araman recover. So, right, so he's back. Because I remember he got offed by Sharikin. But obviously Slanesh had already brought him back. And of them all, Abaddon was the best. I mean, he was at least his own man. Yeah. What I really want to know is how did they get everyone off Terra after Horus dies? All those Titans. There's, yeah, no, yeah, spoilers. I can't because some things have happened. Like because I'm up to date and I know, yeah, but yeah, this, yeah, because yes, because in the old stuff. Because you had the Eternity Gate and the Lion Gate. The Lion Gate is the only one that the Loyalists retook. So the Eternity Gate was still there under control of the traitors. So that's the only way they're going to get off. Because obviously it's just a waiting game. Because we know that you've got, from the original stuff, we know that the Dark Angels and the Space Wolves are on their way. And Guilliman is obviously Guilliman was on his way anyway, because I think the Dark Angels went out and started destroying traitor planets with like Dreadwing was going around just nuking. Space Wolves return after their little incident in Wolf King, I believe. When they engaged the Sons of Horus, where we first see Khal in the Heresy. But yeah, obviously there's going to be whatever happens with the revolt, because I know, because the whole thing about I find hilarious about the retreat after Horus died or whatever. The sons of Horus went a little bit like bonkers and like, oh no, Horus is dead, and all that sort of stuff. Which went on into the Legion Wars, because the Emperor's Children was just absolutely like hammering the sons of Horus. Oh, you left Terra, you left the battlefield, and the Emperor's Children have just been pretty much most of the siege been fucking around. They've done a little bit. They participated in one major battle, but they've literally their thing was they were going around taking slaves and doing naughty stuff. They weren't actually doing much of the fighting. I really want to know is how to. A second person was there, helped. Alfarius kills Horus. Oh, that's one book that was recommended to me, which is the Primarch book Alfarius. Read it, listen to it. It is like, oh my god! Mike Brooks, who wrote it, he's just done such a great job with Alfarius. His origin story and all that sort of stuff. It is just like immense, and it is just really, really, really good. Totally worth every penny, because after the first, I think it's 5 minutes of like the story being told, you're gonna go, oh shit, my god, because there's some juicy little tidbits in there. But you have to remember, as Alfarius says, because he's the one telling the story, you can't trust what he says, or can you? But then, can you? Can you really trust Alfarius? Is he telling the truth? Is he not? You don't know. That's the thing. Things are wrapped up. The truth is wrapped up in a lie, and the lies are wrapped up in truths. You don't know, but is he? You could. For me personally, what is mentioned there in that first 5-10 minutes does make sense to me quite a bit, because I always like you hear little stories and bits in the background, like lore and stuff like that. And it was like lore. It actually made sense with what he says, and it's because it reaffirms something I heard once, and it just made me go, "Oh my god, it was that!" Shock horror. But yeah, it is one of those books that you just got to get into and read and enjoy, because it's like Prince of the Red Sands did for me with Angron, which again was just a short story, but it made me understand Angron, because beforehand he was just angry Ron. But you read that, and it makes him an actual character. It make you think, oh my god, Admittedly, he's very angry. To be honest, I don't think Horus was Horus after damning. He was chaos possessed, literally. His soul may have already died, even. At least he was kept alive by. I'm catching up a bit here. Horus killed by Kujits. Yes. Loken finding Kirill whilst they were voting, I think. Lucius gets offed. I got better. Quick, hit the mute button. Wolfsbane. Yeah, Wolf's King was first, then it was Wolfsbane, wasn't it? Yeah. Because I knew Wolf's King, there was a lot of Space Wolf players weren't very, well, there were certain Space Wolf players weren't very happy with it, because it made their Primarch look bad, but it actually gave him more character with what happens in that. It made him a bit more real, in my opinion, because lots of shit had happened and he was doubting himself. And they just think he's not going to doubt himself. But yeah, no, it was a very good story. And on the strength of that, I immediately bought Wolfsbane. Because I thought, well, what's all this about? all this rubbish about Wolf King. And I went out, and because of how good Wolf King was, in my opinion, I went out and got Wolfsbane and was highly entertained. And Belisarius was awesome, yes. He was very awesome. There's an Indiana call. Horace is dead again. Oh, you just listened to the Alfarius book? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, no, it was, I think, obviously, the location, that's what I'm saying, that was in the first few minutes of the story. Yeah, but that was just, yes, unreliable narrator. But is he? Yeah, that whole thing was such a good story, such a good read, entertaining and enjoyable. Not unstable, you know what I mean? Yeah, I know. The truth is wrapped in lies, and lies are wrapped in the truth, and then deep fried in Chef Looper. I had one beer. Angry Ron Perlman, yeah. Ron Perlman's awesome. It was because he used to do quite a few sort of like it was a French director that he used to work quite a lot with. Because he's done the story The City of Lost Children, which I loved, and the same director done Aliens Resurrection, which I actually enjoyed. All right, I enjoyed Aliens Resurrection. It was I enjoyed it. It was good, mostly because of Ron Perlman being in it. It was Jonas, pretending to be a monkey. But yeah, he's such a good actor. And I say, when you see like The City of Lost Children, he looks so young in that as well. He's got like ginger hair. Yeah, it was unbelievable. And like speaking French as well. It was in subtitles. I was actually again Ron Perlman associated. I think it was an interview they done on Ty and That Guy, which is a video YouTube podcast for Ty Frank and Wes Chatham, who plays Amos in The Expanse. They do a video podcast, and they've been doing it for the last few months. Ever since season 5 aired, they were doing like a post episode sort of episode, and then they started going through rewatching all The Expanse and then going through what happened in each episodes and stuff. And they got talking about Ron Perlman in one episode, and next minute they had done a special where they interviewed Ron Perlman, and he tells a story which I can't quite remember, but it was just like, amazing to listen to Ron Perlman telling the story of when he worked on the island of Dr. Moreau with oh geez, what was his name? Marlon Brando. And this story he tells about him and Marlon Brando is just like, oh wow. So yeah, it's definitely listening to the whole interview, but just for that story was actually really, really cool. Yeah, tying that guy, or tying the guy, tying that guy. But yes, right, that's all that filled in. So it's only taken how long were we on this now? 2 hours 20 minutes. Obviously, mostly me talking, as I often do, but you know, that's what it is. Yeah, Val Kilmer was in there as well. Yeah. So it was yeah, because he played. He wasn't the main character, was he? What was he? Because was what's his face? The Ron was playing the Herald character, so the one who stood on the stage when you had Marlon Brando all like white with his like sun cream under his parasol and all that, and yeah, he was the Herald dude, that goatee type face person, I think. Right, let's get little touch-ups quickly. He says, get these bits. So that's all gold. All gold. So we've got some more beer going as well. I'll touch up it over here as well. Was he the scientist? Oh. No, no. Oh. Can't remember now. That's bugging me. I'd say I'm going to continue playing. I'm not going to bother looking up now. But yeah, no. Oh, hello. Hello. How are you? Welcome. I'm painting House Divine. Chunky Boy 3000. House Divine. Just about to go over it with Agrax, actually. I don't know Brando. I don't think Brando directed The Island of Dr. Moreau. No, he didn't. No, he didn't direct it. No, he definitely didn't direct it. I don't know who directed it, but he wasn't Brando. No, he might have had. He might have demanded some sort of credit on there, because that was like, at that time Brando was just like, oh yeah, yes, I'm amazing. Ah, yes. Kilmer, yes. Neurosurgeon, a veteran enforcer. And Kirill, hello, dude. Welcome everybody. Ivy, hello. Best house, yes. I'm so pumped for this. It's taken me 2 hours and 20 minutes because I've been talking quite a lot and drinking beer. So, but we're up to me actually opening the door because it's so cold outside. The beers are perfectly chilled. So I'm just going to grab another one. Oh. I am actually sitting right next to a radiator as well, which is just here, and I'm having to wear a body warmer because I've got a bit cold. Getting old with the cold. Okay, Brando was doctor at least for a while. I didn't read the rest. No, I was just then with the gold. I was just touching up some bits I'd made some mistakes on where I'd gone a little bit over. Because as I was saying earlier on, way I do armours on colours. So I'll get the base coat, start from start. Right, so once it's all built and the basing's all done, Halford's Grey Primer to prime it, obviously. Then I go over with lead belcher spray, and then I pick out the colours, which, as you can see, I picked up. Oh no, I missed out colour there. So let's put some white there actually, because I like the idea of white. And once this is so on the fly. Once that's in place, and I wash over with the Agrax, that's obviously going to make all the colours a little bit darker, a little bit dirtier, and then I'll pick out the colours again, but leaving the edges. So I've probably I think I mentioned this before. At Salute. But yeah, it's just a case of getting the colours down so we know where we're going, because I had no preconceived idea of what I was doing colour-wise initially. So we are kind of winging it. I've still got movement on the arms, which is always cool, because when you're building these little munchkins, I think you got to glue the arms in first and then put this on top, but I didn't, and then I just thought, well, it's not going anywhere, so I just won't glue it. So I've got some movement with the weapons if need be. It works, not going anywhere. So just let that settle for a moment. That's what I wanted to do. Sorry, yeah. So yeah, there was no stippling on the gold. It was just basically just touching up bits that I've mullered since. But I'll probably go over it again anyway, because that's the kind of guy I am. Yeah, because Ivy does House Divine for her knights as well, and it was like when she posted them up the other week, I thought, oh my god, that is really close to how I've done mine as well. What gold did you? It was Retributor gold you used, wasn't it? Or you used one of like Scale 75s in your ones? Because I really can't remember at the moment because I'm beard and beard. Right. Thanks. Mate, nighty night, sleep tight, don't let the bugs bite. Thank you for joining in, dude. And yes, miss you, man. Love you. My little brew. Well, you can always, if you are worried it's a bit too bright, then wash it. Drushi Violet on gold is actually quite good, because that's obviously the opposite on the colour chart, purple versus gold. Whip, 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 whip. Right, so So you can see I'm going over it all with Agrax, and I'm actually adding water to it as well to make it not so potent. So get it on, smear it around a little bit, tap, get some water on there as well, soak some of that. So just adding that water afterwards, obviously waters it down, but it does sort of just not too strong. Yes, I could mix it together, but I don't do that. I do it off the fly like that, so I can adjust it better, he says. I think I found another bloody hair. Damn it! I'll attack it with the Agrax. I love the way Agrax on Leadbelcher just comes out. It's just such a proper sort of like lived in colour. Yeah, it was Liberator. Yeah, I did used to do a hell of a lot of work with Retributor because it is a really nice gold, but with these guys, my House Veroni, because they are Liberator gold basically. So attacking that with Liberator, because I as you know, I try to get them to look like the artwork as best I can. So Liberator gold for them. Volcanum, Malaysia Volcanum used Liberator. It just matches the pictures quite nice, and it goes nice with the teal and black as well. So round the butt, I'll go more neat, and on the superstructure, I'll tend to be a bit more neat Agrax. But when I get to the white in particular, water that down. So you do have to go over it just to make sure you can get some of the bits that are soaked up as well, because obviously you get a little more fluid onto it. I use Druzy Violet a little in the recesses. I think I should give that a thin layer maybe. Test it, see what you think, and then go from there. Because you don't want to sort of, that's the thing though, so sometimes you think of something, I know what I do, I think I'll do this, and then I just end up repainting everything. Well, yeah, I've got to do it now. G Stealer, hello dude, welcome, long time no squeak, nice to have you back, man. How are you? Are you just got in? Are you actually hobbying? Are you hobbying as well, Ivy, or are you just chilling? Oh, bugger. Sorry if I just nudged you there. Yeah, so obviously watering down Agrax when you're doing the whites in particular, it does make it a lot easier to work with. Because you just want that little bit of grime around the edges, really. Can we get a palette pick? I'm really curious how painters thin their paints. I haven't actually got, because I normally use like a Perspex square for when I'm mixing paints. With this, I don't really, I just literally just like wet down and attack. Although I probably will water down the white when I get to it. I'll have to check if I've got some, because on the blister packs we got the little plastic on the blisters. I actually saved them. I cut them out, a little square off of the blister pack, and then used that as like a mobile mini palette. Oh, thank you. The Defensive Riser cover. Defensive Riser. I love the story, like the background in that. You know, it's got everything. You know, got traitors doing well, loyalists recovering and fighting back, and yeah, it covers everything. Especially, I enjoy the Battle of Endeavour. Is my favourite story now because it's got House Tyrannus, which obviously I'm heavily involved with. You know, but how they make Legio Ozydax feel quite bad, because you know the knights go, "Screw you, dudes! We're charging!" It's like the charge of the Light Brigade, and they go scurrying off to attack a heavily fortified position, and it made the Ozydax princeps feel like, oh, they're really putting us to shame. It was House Tyrannus and I should know them because I made up my own colours for them, which were totally wrong to what they did. It's the 4th House of Mars, the one that doesn't really get House Zorbo. That's kind of bugged me now. The red and white colour scheme in the book. Savora, House Savora. That's the puppies. Yeah, Tyrannus and House Savora just go charging off as noble scions against insurmountable odds in entrenched positions. Ah! And dropping. No, let it come off now. Oh dear. Yeah, the insurmountable odds they faced. Like 200 knights charged and only about 50 made it to the wall. But their efforts paid off because they got into the walls of the city, and Ozydax were put to shame, and they came charging in and blew up the crap out of the Gore Crows and the Mortis engines that were too busy shooting at knights. Lesson learned. But yeah, Agrax on Leadbelcher just comes out so good. So good, I tell you. I'm getting a bit filthy dirty. There you go. Do a mix of Agrax, Null, water, and wash my Knights and Titans. Actually, there was I think there was something did I mention that to you the other day about decals, Ivy, with the to get the gloss, the sheen off. Mark Bedford uses Null, water, and Agrax mixed lightly to put onto his decals, and that does quite a good job of toning them down and making them look a little bit more awesome. Yeah, so another hair, not good. Yeah, you got an arm off. Hey, Felix, dude, long time, dude. I know I've been missing, but the stream is back. The stream is strong. It has still got excellent conditions, which is always nice. How you been, dude? How's your hobbying going? This is making me want to throw a layer of Acastus over everything I posted on Twitter last week. Oh, don't do that. Certain places, Agrax needs to fall. That's why I go through so much of the bloody stuff. Because I use it everywhere. You know, I know you get lots of people going on about Nolan and all that sort of thing, but Agrax is the one. Such a great colour. It reminds me of Devil in Mud. Devil in Mud used to be like one of the best washes to go for with whatever he was shading, really. But it definitely does give you so much more to, you know, basing metals. Because what I'll also do is, once this is all dry on here, give it a little bit of a dry brush of like Iron Breaker, perhaps, or even just Lead Belcher. Actually, you just want a little bit of a sheen on it, and then go over that with because on weapons, on Titans, Knights, I'll go over it with Seraphim Sepia, because that does give it another sort of change in tone, but it makes it stand out from the superstructure, because, you know, you want it to sort of look a bit different from the weapons. So I think I've covered that all now. Yes, it's messy, but it is worth it. So, I might just actually just do that for a bit. Playing it risky, I've just put the thing onto the radiator on top of cardboard, so it rues as well. Plus kitty time. Hey, he's come to help me paint. Oh, are you using the kitty to help you paint, or using it to paint? You know, dipping the towel and just those fine details. Yeah, it's worth a try. It's all these little things that you pick up. Try them out. They might work for you. You might not work for you, but having that knowledge really helpful. And getting quite violent there with the desk. So you better close that lid there. Praise the stream. You're working lots still out of town, so I haven't painted a single Titan since the last. Yeah, I was saying it's been about a month and a half, I think, since the last stream. It's been a while, because I know I was a couple of Saturdays. I was away for one and wasn't getting the stream power. The internet was not playing ball, which is never a good thing, really. But steadily keen on assembling ones I'm ready to paint when I get home. Probably 30 to 40 ready to paint at the moment. Well, I'm sure you'll get through them, no problem. He's sitting on my arm and the keyboard to stay warm. Yeah, I'm kind of doing that myself, but not sitting on the keyboard. Just cuddling this radiator here, and trying to eat another brush. Yeah, kitties are. It's a cat's life. But, actually, doing quite well. actually, yes, Felix Eruz, G Stealer, Ivy. I showed this off earlier on, but you can have a look whilst you're here. If it's doing it again, god damn it! Damn you, internet! Well, it's not the internet; it's the camera. Sorry. Yeah. So this this little chap, the War Master, iconoclast, with its little choppy and its little grabby, is quite formidable. I've got to do something with this because this, every time I see it, it kind of reminds me of Pokemon. But I don't know. I'll just leave it. It's got a decal on it as well now, so. Extreme close up. So this basically the little launchers there, the hexagonal stuff, the magnetized. So it's just a usual 3.2 magnet. The only weapons you have problems doing that with are the turbo lasers. All groovy. Yeah, and the Gore Crow's Warhound, which, as I said, it wasn't until after I posted up pictures and a friend, Neil Cook, sent over, like, was mentioning the fact that they're standing on two Warhounds and it was the opposite sides of things. I literally just realised that when he posted it. But yes. Igneous Dulce is the name that breeds fear into the enemies. The enemies shall know fear as this bad boy comes stomping over to your face. In your face. Well, that's the thing with Warhound has been stomped to heck, but because you get some nice amount of spare parts in Warhound kits, it's fairly easy to do sort of dead Warhounds, more so than Reavers, because you don't get multiple heads. You only get like one head, and then in the beta version of it, you get one head but with 3 faceplates. So it's more options to have dead Warhounds than any other Titan. Like, you can get like Warhound, Warlord, Reaver parts, but without a head, you want the head there. You know, it just like adds more to the, yeah, it died, and I'm making sure it did. You ain't going nowhere. And then, you know, again, because you get so many spare weapons as well, just, you know, do a little bit of work. Chopper! And just whack them down there. But yeah, I was really pleased how the hexagonal honeycomb sort of look came on the thigh and the shin. And on the shoulders. Retributor gold there. Bit of Retributor. This here is actually, what's it? Nazdrake yellow over silver, lead belcher. So, and those little bits here and here. Yeah, I could do some more detailing on the back door. Yeah, put a sign there, do not enter. Cheers, dudes and dudettes. Sends incense. It's magnificent. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you love my Ignatium Masters. Thank you, Felix. I am really pleased with it. I've still got to do the iconoclast for the Legio Krytos. So, yes, I'm just glad you actually, because earlier on I showed this off near the start to a few people that was on. But the camera wasn't focusing, so at least we got some focused visuals there. It is a Titan. It's the War Master Titan. So I know you want to get hold of it and make it into an Orc Battle Titan Walker Stomper Tap Dancer thing, Eruz. Eruz likes to orcify everything. That's his jam. So yeah, and he loves showing me pictures of knights that he's orcified, because I find it hurts my soul. Ross. Yeah, with posing mouse, it's the when you're building the Titans, it's obviously getting into the position where you can sort of vary. Like with this pose, it looks pretty cool, but that bit here is a real pig to work with. Like that is just glued onto the front because the angle is so tight, you can't actually get it into the proper position where it sort of, the ankle joint that's here underneath these bits, because it's, you know, these feet are magnificent in the ability to sort of maneuver and to position, but it's doing it that you can still fix everything into place. So you have to be careful and not go to too extreme a length when posing. So and you say, like with these ones, they're a little bit more easier just to have them sort of like clawed a bit, because everybody loves a bit of a clawing. These little armor flaps, it's just like, oh yeah, we stick them on there just for good measure. So he's judging how best to sort of position them. But these legs are really sort of like quite interesting to play with, because there's so much maneuverability in them. It is ridiculous, the maneuverability and positioning. But yeah, and also don't have the top section at an extreme a turning angle, because you won't get these things in, because their sort of little apron just hangs down loose. You remember the purple and cream one I've got, the Legio Domitium one. I turned it, I wanted a really dynamic pose, and I turned it round, and that thing got in the way. So like the bottom couple, I had to basically just drop down onto the floor and add it into the base to give it the illusion that he'd just been shot off. So it's just like, I lost my cock shield. So sorry. So yeah, it was that was fun. Right. Aha! The plastic from a blister, and that's what I use as a palette in this situation. And it's got Corax white. This is probably my oldest one, but it's the one that comes out the best, because I've got newer ones, he says, trying to find one when you can. So yeah, so that needs a good old mix up, because that's meant to be white. Now it is white, and I've got the old ball bearings in there. I'm sure I've got another one in there actually. 2 sets. double check. Unless that's Grace here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. That's my oldest one. That isn't. And that's a problem with Corax White and of other colours. So that was that one that was hardly, like, mostly solid. Now it's gone grey. That's still black. So that's probably all set, actually. Sometimes you just got to get a brush involved. Well, it's like not hardly any paint in it, and I haven't used that one because that's the first time I've actually stirred it, and there's like half the amount of paint in that pot. It's not even a full pot. That's me moaning. For those that don't know. Grrr. Always my dagger. The Wallmaster Iconoclast is just perfect Titan for orcs to loot. It's got all the choppiness, and it's just like Corax White. I don't use any other white. I just use Corax White now. But I like it. It just works. But sometimes it doesn't work. I've got to get some more ball bearings ordered in. I think I ordered some from eBay. But I ordered like quite small ones. So this has actually got like 3 ball bearings in it. Just to keep it mixed. As you can hear. I'm making cocktails, everyone. Who would like a cocktail? Right. 2 seconds, because I'm just gonna. So in the office we've got a little bathroom just over yonder. So I've got to empty this and get some fresh water in it. So I'm still here. Talk amongst yourselves. Fresh water, which is good. This is why you only use Vallejo, Ivory and White inks now. I've been hearing quite a bit about those inks, but I've never experimented with them. Maybe I will one day, but not today. No, so Corax is alright if you mix in it for the most part. It don't last very long, but you're dealing with night, so you don't really have to worry that much as such. This is where I'm going to be a little bit more less boisterous, because it's like I'm actually scratching the paint on. I'm just using the very, very end of the tip. Sorry. Dip and tip, tip to dip, dip to dip. I make strange noises. Can't tell I've been drinking, can you? It goes on well enough anyway. I've been wanting to get some of that Water Plus, but the website keeps bugging out on it. Really? That's the thing, internet is a terribly funny little critter at times. It's really weird, like, because down us up the road in Southend, they're doing this massive rollout of very high speed internet, like gigabyte, 1 GB internet, and although I think you can have 500 megabyte through it, so they're putting up all these updated cables and stuff at the moment. But it's like whenever I've had better internet, it starts off fine, but it's like they can just turn the tap down. And I know, like in America, they've got like, oh, the super duper high speed links and all that sort of stuff. But you think, well, why can't I have that all the time? Why do I have to pay extra? It should be just like, bosh, done. I've got internet. But yeah, it's all part of the control. Get more money out of this. You've got to buy new equipment. It's rubbish. In Star Wars Plus is magic. There you go. There's Red uses that, doesn't she? Red Katana or Alexa. I know she does a lot of stuff within Star, doesn't she? Oh nosy, I just found a rocket bit off a crop. Dang it. You found it, so that means you've got more rockets. Surely. Oh my god, I think the kitten... Oh! Kitten attacks. They're the worst. They just don't care about our hobby, those kitties. Cute and fluffy as they are, they just don't care. Come over there, causing such fracas. Getting in the way. Yeah, I'm actually doing that leg there, sorry. Grot's hobby tested, kit approved, and when the word tip is enough to set you up, that's a good clue. Yeah. It's the brain, yeah. Pallet water's okay for the kittens to drink, right? I'm sure we've all tasted pot water and pallet water and all that sort of stuff, so we're still here. So it should be fine. I'm not an expert. Please don't sue me. You might let him know, Ivy. It could be more than you problem. Throttling Sophie. Hold on a sec. Where's this going now? Yeah, good shout. I'll try that again. Areas at the checkout still on the Instar's website. That sucks. Yeah, so I was actually like I was being responsible this morning at sort of 6:45 in the morning by sort of setting up a congestion charge account because I was travelling into London, and because they've changed all the zones with the ultra low emissions areas and stuff like that. So I wanted to make sure that I didn't get fined or anything. So I was setting that up this morning and just getting paranoid and not understanding what I was reading on the thing. Got there in the end, but every time I tried to go from one page to the next, I'd already like set it up, but then it wouldn't let me log in. And, like every time it loaded up the page, it would just be blank. So, boo! Computers, sort your act out, please. Right, no more beer. This is maybe. Oh no! Don't! Doggone it! I guess I'll be pinning it when I find the grot. Oh, I'll drink the beers for you. You know, you can enjoy me being foolish. No, yeah, from what I've seen, Instar is they're pretty shit hot on these sort of things. So no worries. Sweet dreams, Ivy. I hope you've learned valuable lessons of what not to do and stuff. So yes, I'll catch up with you again at another point, no doubt. Happy hobbying. Yeah, he's kind of dumb. He keeps walking through my palette all the time. The kitten, right? Not your other half. No, don't. Honestly, I don't think I've ever have, but I use old blister pack faces as my water trays. Yeah. I've done that in the past as well when I've been mobile. Just pour that out into one of them. Just use it. I tend to use plastic kit and food container. See, again, extra little things for everyone to know and to deal with. Valuable lessons: how not to stream or have pets. Yes. Clink. Right. That's the white. Let's do some purplishness. So the old purple. He's left a little footprint. Oh, but that's the cutest thing, though, Mouse. That is the cutest. It's like it's letting you know where he's been. Especially when he's bouncing off the walls. Cat paws everywhere. Watered down. Goes on smooth. None of this too thin coats business for me. I just mix it up until I think it's right. There is no science to what I do. There's no rhyme or reason. Let's just get the job done, and hopefully it does the trick. He says. Put that on there. Oh yeah, Hobbs. Yeah. I remember seeing when was it Instagram where you obviously put him up before, little Hobbs. Oh. That's purple done. I thought I had more purple on it, but obviously not. Not enough purple. How not to stream? Yeah, I've done the one. Was Tigger? I actually role played Tigger in a live roleplay event once. It was where I think I was working. I was getting in my early days of being involved in roleplay, and we were doing a venture, quite a big party over big forests areas near to where we lived, and I was sort of doing like NPCing, and like after a while of doing some serious, like high intensity sort of like encounters, and we just thought we'd just have a laugh, and basically, one of my friends was Eeyore, and he like in the dirt, he drew out like a pond, and he was laying in the middle of it, going, "If I go left like this, I turn right." Another friend was Piglet, and was like in a tree, like hiding in a tree type thing, and I was Tigger, and I was just going around going bouncy bouncy, and it's when you've got basically some younger kids. It was like some younger brothers of Piglet, funnily enough. Her younger brothers were involved. Lawrence, who was like Conan, who was a barbarian, funnily enough. And it's the looks on the faces of the party as they realise that, hold on a second, are you Tigger? Bouncy, bouncy, yeah, and all that sort of stuff. And then they went and butchered us all. Piglet survived. Piglet got away. But me and Eeyore, we were slaughtered. They slaughtered us mercilessly. Vicious, vicious Conan. Couldn't believe that. Yeah, one thick coat won't fine. Yeah, one thick coat fine, or one thin coat. You don't have to do two thin coats. You can do if you want. Obviously, Duncan does. That's his thing. I always did wonder with his new adventure in paints and stuff and all that, because he used two thin coats as mentioned in that, and I always thought, well, is that copyright? Because he was mentioning that on Warhammer, and I don't know. Yeah, butchered us all. I sacrificed myself so Piglet could get away. Oh, did any of you guys ever used to watch Red Dwarf? Because there was this one episode where they were on a planet. I think it was like a planet where it was like waxworks and of historical figures and stuff, and they were being recruited to join one side. And whilst they was basically like they'd been captured and there had been a holding cell, so you had the loyalists and you had the traitors type things. And Lister is looking out the cave, out that window, and they go, "Oh my god, they're taking Winnie the Pooh out to the firing, giving him to the firing squad. He's refused the blindfold." And it's an animatronic Winnie the Pooh gets shot. You don't see it all. It's just through Lister's like talking about it, but it's just having flashbacks from that role play session to Winnie the Pooh being led out. He's refusing the blindfold. How noble! Oh dear. It's the silly things that make us laugh. So again, watered down and scratch it into place. I'm not going to mantle, just do it in certain areas, because again, where the darker bits are, that will help give it a little bit more depth. Don't have to do it all over the place. Just in the places that matter. Yeah, I think it was one of the earlier seasons. I can't remember the actual name of it, but it was like a cross between sort of like Westworld and they're like, you know, waxwork animatronic type characters that all the humans were dead and basically it was taken over by these animatronics and stuff, and then like a big war sort of between the good characters and the bad characters of history. But it was just someone saying when shooting Winnie the Pooh, one of the most harmless characters out there, and they're going to shoot him. He's refusing the blindfold. Oh, yeah, I would say when Red Dwarf came out, it was just such a fun sort of program to sort of follow and get involved with. So enjoyable, hilarious. The characters, the little silly little side things, and side characters as well. Even like the Scutters were quite hilarious. Little dance routines they used to have. Girl, you got me tongue tied, tongue tied. All those memories will soon fade away like tears in the rain. Mm. Speaking of Winnie the Pooh, Ewan McGregor is better than he has any friends to be. There's don't know if you're on. He might. I'm not sure. Is he on? He might be on Facebook. He might be. He might actually be on Twitter. There's a guy who is his thing is superimposing Winnie the Pooh. No, Paddington Bear. Sorry, he puts Paddington Bear in other films. So, like, you'll see like an iconic scene from a movie, and somewhere in there you'll see Paddington Bear like standing there doing something, and it's like from the Paddington movie sort of thing. So I think it was one where the other day I saw was a daily thing. He updates daily, putting Paddington Bear into random scenes. I think it was like Zoolander. So it's like Zoolander's on the catwalk, and then you look around and you'll find Paddington sitting there, or standing there, or doing something. I still laugh about the line about taking a man's teddy bear. That's remind me of Rocky Horror. There was you know, Eddie. They knew he was bad when they killed his teddy bear. That was a line from one of the songs, apparently. Missed this bit on the back again. The wind's calmed down a little bit. It's not as boisterous as it was earlier. He says, just as starts hearing things moving around again. our PBS station, which is what's played BBC stuff on, it could get didn't always have enough money to buy all the stuff, but especially what was raised on. Well, that's never a bad thing, yeah. I remember watching a program that was like they was talking about the differences between sort of American humour and British humour, because it always reminded me. I used to watch like MASH back in the day, and I always remember there was an episode where they had some English like Tommies in the 4077, and Hawkeye was trying to beat Hawkeye and make him laugh, but all these attempts were just falling flat, sort of thing. And he was trying to make these English people laugh, sort of thing. And then he was watching them, and they were like reading out a letter from home, and obviously they're saying things that we would find funny, and like he's like, well, why is that funny? The house is strangely silent. On set, checking kids. They're out there somewhere. They're out. If it goes silent, it's like in the old Tarzan movies where you're all right as long as you can hear the drums. Once the drums stop drumming, that's when you're in danger. Alright. Get the bass. It's all about the bass. No treble. That's the shite black. That's Corvus black. I don't need Corvus black. I need Abaddon black. Where's my Abaddon black that works? Oh, there it is. Found it. Yes, because this Abaddon black has paint in it, which is always good when painting. It's definitely blowing hard. Not as bad as it was earlier on, but there are several moments over the last couple of minutes where you start thinking like, oh, what's that blowing through? That helps. So let's do some dry brushing with some interesting colours of gold. Actually, so Liberator. Where are you? Oh, I've moved stuff around. Oh, there it is. Found it. So get some of that on. It says. I need something smaller. Actually, that'll do. Not smaller, but it's flatter. Do like a flat brush. little brushy. Help hide some of the sins and get that into with some acrats over that as well. So that's going to hold in position. Where's my small thin tasty brush? Get that down there. Get those little grills there. These little dudes. A little grate on the exhausts. Those little vents. Get that down there. Hey, Rob! Good evening, mate. We was talking about you earlier on. I was advertising you as well for your Instagram and that with Icon74 for all those people that like Solaria engines and stuff. Because obviously I was painting this little dude, which reminded me of your dude that Arctis Empire painted for you. Which obviously you painted, but then he done the paint over sort of thing. So we were saying that I never used to like the looks of these until I saw your one. You made them look cool. Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Not spoken for a while. I think what's that? Was one of the Titanium Club's Zooms or whatever it was. I think it's the last time I spoke to you, or was in your presence anyway. I might not have been speaking a lot on that one. I'm using Basilicanum Grey because I love it on all my cables. Glad I didn't glue those arms. I just got my second shipment of 80 Volcrates in from Warhammer. Apparently I did it right. I forgot it was one weapon per box, so I actually ordered the correct amount. Excellent. Hallelujah. That's looking brilliant, by the way. Oh, thank you. You were no worries, dude. As I said, I did put something out on Twitter earlier on today, and briefly before coming on, I did try and get a few other notices out there on the WhatsApp group as well, because I knew, like, obviously you might have been hobbying and coming back on at some point. And that, or Phil sometimes pops in as well, doesn't he? But he might be out. But then again, I didn't, so haven't really pushed it because I was worried that I wasn't going to have decent enough connection. After the last few times, the connection has been absolutely rubbish, and that I couldn't stream. And it got a little bit disappointing, and I got quite despondent by it all. But I am back, baby, and have been painting one of these dudes and drinking beer as always. Yeah, the old hobby hangouts. I've done a couple in the last few months. And that. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, pardon me. To be honest, I've been yawning all day, so I do apologise to those viewers who haven't yawned yet and may have reactively yawned. If you haven't yawned, that probably means that you could be a psychopath. No, honestly, I saw somewhere that because of their lack of empathy, they don't yawn. So if you yawn and somebody doesn't yawn in response to your yawn, be worried. I don't know how true that is. I can't back that up. Ba, 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 ba. You've been doing your Warbringer. The ammo loaders that you did yesterday, or was it today? So good, mate. That whole Solaria force is just awesome. Oh, God, I forgot how many bloody cables are on the guns alone. Working on your Warbringer crate cannon. Yes. They are so good. Absolutely love crate cannons. They be the best. In my humble opinion, anyway. Not as strong as a volcano cannon, but you can make a Titan dance. And sometimes that's all you need to do in a world full of death and destruction, is make a Titan dance. Ow. Ammo hoppers yesterday. Only annoying thing was the transfers on the shells. Put them on, but I put the shells on the transfers that were inside the hoppers. You're just too good a hobbyist, dude. Too dedicated to the craft. But totally worth it because they look so awesome. All your Titans look awesome, dude. They're a really stunning force to behold. I think I'll have it done by tomorrow. Then it's another one down. So you've got your Warlord done. You got your Reaver done. You got 2 hounds. You've got 2 hounds, haven't you? And now the Warbringer. kitten on Ford World Inspector. that kitten of yours has got so many jobs, and you know, testing out your strategic placing of paints and palette water, testing the palette water. So it still counts out. But you're just happy you got all the right amounts. That's the main thing. You've got what you ordered. No doubling up. Well, hopefully not. Once that's sorting out, where's the sepia? Get the sepia out. Again, I just love the way sepia makes metallics sort of age and look a little bit more imposing because of the aging of the weapon. So avoid doing the arm mounts because I want that the superstructure to be different from the weapons. He's testing for sure. 1 warlord, 2 hounds, 1 reaver, 1 warby, and then another rule for the building still to be painted. And then I need a really bigger house. Yes, you got all those guys living with you. Start sort of creating some sort of like hanging storage facility, like swings. Oh my god, dude, swings with Titans on. Swing low, sweet warhound. Those like those Japanese car parking bays where they have outside apartments where you basically just drive in and it goes up and stacks your car on top of other people's cars and stuff. You know, to do it proper. There's a cross between the Jaws thing and something else there. I don't know what. Just making up as I go along. Watching Lee always makes me want to go pull my stuff out to paint. You do it! Do it! That's what we're here for. It's Hobby Hangout. Let's hang out and hobby together. Chilled. You got kittens running rampant. Causing a fracas. Get in there. And differentiating the gold. Step here. You want it sort of different from the trim. That's that there. Oh, all right. Kit is a typist. I need one of those kid strings with all the straps. Yeah, exactly. Just had them from hanging from the ceiling, Rob. On the Acastus Asterius kit, are there many parts? Yes, there's a few. So carapace is whole, apart from the lid here. Pardon me. Volkite plus cable. This is all one apart from the grill on both, so it's two there. So that's a 3-piece there, and that cable is separate. So 4-piece to make that actual gun. 5, 6 for the arm. Whole leg, and then you got the side plates. Probably best doing them and the feet separate. So these two separate at the back. A little bit here, you can hardly see. That's separate. These cables are separate. And yeah, that's it. The head's already in place. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So you're looking around about 30 pieces on that kit, my friend. 30 pieces to make a little stompy dude. But yeah, he's looking buff. So with future Knight purchases, products and stuff like that, the armigers that I bought, I'm only buying them for one household. I'm not buying them for 2 households. So the traitors aren't having any. I'm literally just sticking them with my House Viridian, because as I was saying earlier on, Rob, that my Viridian has the most knights out of my loyalist households, and most varieties of knights. So you've got obviously all banners are full banners basically. So you've got 4 Atrapos, 4 Lancers, 4 Castigators, 4 Acherons, 2 Porphyrions, 1 Asterius. Then on the Questorius side, we've got Megaras. I haven't got any Styrics yet. Funnily enough, Styrics are not my favourite looking one. I don't like the heads. It's funny enough, it's like with the Castigator. I don't like the head on the 28mm. I didn't like the head on the Castigator. It wasn't until I changed the head to one of the special ones they brought out from Forge World, totally changed my opinion of it. Like that, I was like, I freaking love this. Lancer's still my top favourite, but that's not much of a lead over my Castigator now with the Forge World head. Thank you both for the bless. Well, a Warlord Volkite Destructor is a lot more parts than I thought. Yes, but Mouse, my friend, the Volkite Destructor for the Warlord is absolutely freaking awesome. Such a great weapon. It's shield stripping and finishing. So obviously once you've got the shields down and you've done some damage with the big boys, so like Volcano or Quake or whatever, or Super Maximal bloody Sun Fury, once you've got those pluses in game, so like, you know, if you've got +2, nice, +3, even better, but you can boost it. You can try the reactor dice to give the weapon beam. So with that, you can just choose what part you're hitting. So sorry. So yeah, you can basically just go, okay, I'll roll my reactor dice. I'll take a heat. I'll take 2 heat, whatever. But I'm choosing to shoot you in that bit where you've just had your arse kicked. So instead of strength 6, because I have one conveniently here. So instead of strength 6, if you're hitting a badly damaged area, you're doing strength 9. And you're getting 3 dice. That's strength 9. To the the position that you want to be hitting. So yeah, no roll to hit, you hit because you're using the beam keyword, but you have to roll reactor dice to do that. So, but yeah, for killing, you know, engine killer and shield stripper, because you got the void breaker on the shield, so you're doing a minimum of 3 hits, maximum 5. For some reason I ordered 3. I really need to write these plans down. Yeah, I think I ordered about 4 of those Volkites. I know my trying to think of who's got them. I know my Side Titan's got one because I just thought that would be so cool with the Sinister Storm Tenebrae weapon. Well, that's beam as well, which is like. I thought the Volkite would be pretty nasty as a sort of, again, shield stripping and killing. They're cute and they hit like a sledgehammer. For now, I skipped 80 armatures, so they're a bit pricey for what you get. Yeah, but that's the thing though, is my guesstimate, 30 quid was my high price. My hoping price was sort of near a sort of 25. But when you're paying sort of like 20 quid for 3 Questoris, like I'm talking obviously from Games Workshop, not friendly local gaming store. So if you're paying like 20 odd quid for 3 Questoris in plastic, you're buying 3 models that, yes, they are smaller, but then they're resin. So they're going to be slightly better detailed in that respect in comparison. So you are always going to be, because it's bespoke. That's the thing. It's a bespoke thing because it's like, you know, resin or printed, whatever it is. But yeah, so I thought 30 quid would be the high end. I was hoping for about 25, but I knew it weren't going to be 25, especially after Chonky Boy here being bloody £40. To me, that should be cheaper. For one Titan, for 40 quid, you can buy 2 Warhounds. Why would you buy a Knight? Yeah, it's got the firepower of 2 warhounds, technically-ish, kind of. I don't know, possibly. But yeah, it's just not. Yeah, it's not really. It's not cricket, as I like to say. 30 years. So I think that's looking all right so far. What do I want? What do I want? Get some snakebite leather. You're probably wondering, why did you get snakebite leather? I was trying to get these bits here. Like so. And that as well. War Masters, 5 built, 1 still to go. Well, technically 4 War Masters, 1 Iconoclast, and 1 Iconoclast to be built. Yeah, double checked my box so far, and I've gotten 1 set of paired Vulcan Mega Bottles and a Bellicosa Volcano for my soon-to-be War Master, in addition to other 4-draw stuff I already said. Sorry, I'm looking at some 28mm scale Elder Titans now for a project. Bloody hell, dude! You doing a Phantom? Oh my god! Or even Revenants, but Phantom? Oh my god! That'd be freaking awesome. Not sure if it's because Mega Bolters were loose in the box with oil washed models, which should be dry. It's been weeks, but what they are looking literally dingy and not primed. I'm sure you'll be able to sort of sort them out and get them all done to a better standard that you'll be happy with, Mouse. What was I doing? I was doing something. I was doing something. What was I doing? Iron Breaker. Oh my god, son told me the worst dead joke. How many Horuses does it take to change a light bulb? How many Horuses does it take to change a light bulb? Well, 1. Ah! Oh. It made me feel bad now. The Land of the Emperor is dead. I was seriously thinking of like what the answer could have been with that joke. I didn't know where to go with it. But it's good to see he's getting the dad jokes in preparation. I'm assuming he's not a dad yet. cog. I was fixing to pin Erebus. Yeah, he's a good pinny. Pin him down. Keep him down. Keep him dead. Erebus. I used to call him he who should not be he who should be slain. So doing the old Harry Potter. He should not be. He who shall not be named. He who should be slain. Because the dude is an asshole. And he thinks he's better than he is. But he's not. He's poop. Oh, paint over my knife. Gosh. Look at that. Oof, oof, oof. Right. Bring me my green of mootish gold. Got an eye lens to do. I might have 2 eye lenses. Feed me some more. I think that's about it on the. You can see it that well. Eye lens, targeting on the carapace. That's make sure the lids are on. Maybe shaking something without the lid being on, because that never ends very well. Would love a model of him just to put dead on the base. Watching Erebus turn out to be an Alpha Legion plant. Dude is so. Oh, I'm first chaplain. Oh, really? What makes that so good? Trementia. Yeah, shaking wash with the lid not fully closed is the worst. Especially when it's like the last bit of wash you've got and you can't do anything until you get some more. It's never good. It's never a good time when that happens. Right. I think I'm going to call it for night. It's almost midnight. Well, 1 minute to midnight. We're going to hit midnight anyway. But yeah, so not too bad. It's basically, it is table ready. So there's more details that can be touched up on, address some of the gaps there on those armor plates, with some wash in between. But yeah, no, also the mortars, pop something in there. But for the most part, I'm pretty pleased with how that's turned out. It's definitely looking House Divine. Might, he says, might put some Corex white on the purple, make some stripes or something, or put some white decals on them going across. Might be interesting. It adds a little bit of a feature. So yes, that's something I'll do over the next couple of days. Well, say couple of days. I'll probably get an hour tomorrow night if I'm lucky after getting home. If I'm lucky, he says. Not getting home, but doing hobby. I think we've done that. Did that with my enamel once. That was annoying. Yeah, never fun. And depends on where you're shaking the paint pots. You know, if you're near to something that's rather expensive, never good. Thank you, Mouse. That is much appreciated, and thank you for hanging out again. I've really missed you, along with Rob and Felix and G Steeler, Tom, who was hanging around. I don't know if he's still around there. You know, everyone who's popped in here, Eruz as well, with his cunning and terrifying plans for Daconisation of everything. Ivy, MZ, Scott as well, who went a bit earlier. But yeah, no, so it's lovely to be back streaming and doing some hobby hangouts with you guys. Really enjoyed today. Not overly drunk, but you know, it was a nice little buzz to it all. That's exactly why I stopped leaving painted models on the deck. Oh yeah, you don't want to be doing that again. But yeah, no. And Kirill as well. Kirill, you lurker of lurkiness. You lovely fellow, you. Oh, you've been building the creek. Excellent. I'll keep an eye out that on your Instagram when you pop that up. Mork and Gork approve. But yeah, no, thank you again for hanging out with us. Oh, Felix, you stop it. It's lovely to have you all here and seeing you all again in the stream. Really does make the evenings fun and enjoyable, and painting and stuff. And I think we've learned some important lessons today involving cats mostly, and open pots. So in summary, yeah, cats dangerous around paints. Cats dangerous in general. In most parts, because they really don't give a shit. Part of their charm, I've heard. But yeah, no, it's lovely to be back on, and obviously, plan is to be back on next Saturday as well. Obviously, are you even hobbying if you don't drink? No, that's true. Are you actually living? Keep hydrated. Obviously, Wednesday night with Artist Empire, we're back on from 7 GMT. I'm doing GMT because it's not British summertime, and which is going to be 2 PM, which is, I know, is annoying for most of my American cousins, but he's off, and it's a reasonable time. But yeah, hopefully see some of you there as well. If not, we'll all be back here next Friday. Not Friday, no, Saturday. We never do it on why are we not doing Friday? I was thinking Friday, I don't know why. So next Saturday for another exciting episode. No, I won't do all that crap. Yeah, so next Saturday for some more Saturday Night Reaver. Hopefully with some Armigers. So if I get my order on time, then I'll get them built on the Friday, so we can paint them on the Saturday, or paint a couple of them at least. You know, it'd be fun. But yeah, so that's our little dude for today. The Asterius for House Divine, and I'll do some more details and tidying up and stuff over the next couple of days, and he'll be featuring on Titanicus Tuesday, no doubt. So yeah, so it leaves me to say thank you again for coming on. You really do make a lovely Saturday even more lovelier. and I'll catch up with you guys later. Good night, Rob. Good night, Mousebait. Thank you. Felix, Kirill, G Steeler, Erus if you're still here, Tom if you're still around, and everyone else who's lurking. Doesn't matter if you lurk, it's nice having you here. Feel free to join in as much or as little as you want. But yeah, so take care, everyone. Happy hobbying, and I'll catch you all again on the live stream somewhere else at some point. So take care. See you later.